Hello, YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. We are going to have a good time tonight. So, while we give everyone a chance to pile in and find their seat, grab a duck. Oh, yes, there will be ducks. I've been very busy. It was a very productive week, mostly, sorta, kinda. In the way that they can be. So, I'm trying desperately to recall what happened last week. For some reason, I am finding this book a lot harder to remember week to week than the first one. I think it's because there's a lot of filler in this one. It is a lot of filler. Because let's see, last time we went to the fancy rich people party, where they auctioned off women and made up lies and a lot of sexist bullshit. Christian got into a bidding war with his therapist, who we briefly saw but didn't really talk to. He spent a few minutes with a couple members of his family, found out a couple things about his backstory, that he was pissed that she knows. He was basically a petulant brat the entire night. He wound up getting pissed and taking her to his childhood bedroom, where, of course, they had sex. That seemed like the most underwhelming and, least satisfying sex ever. Because they were apart for 2 days, he called the doctor, being afraid that she was pregnant, to get her back on birth control, because E.L. James knows nothing about birth control and not how it works. What else? The soccer girl is still around. That's still a thing. I can't see my screen. That's still going on. He's progressively freaking out more and more. But still hiding a lot of things from Anastasia. He knows more than he's letting on. The way he's handling security is ridiculous for somebody with his amount of money and resources. We learned that apparently, what did she do? Oh yeah, Ghost Girl, as I'm going to continue to call her, because I don't care what her name is, and that's how she gets portrayed. Also, it's having, I don't know, cat burglar skills or something, because she manages to break into a secure garage, completely trash a car, and then be gone with nobody seeing her. And then Anastasia thinks she sees her in the middle of the night. Maybe she was there, maybe she wasn't. But of course, Christian freaks to level 100, and it's oh my god, she's still in the apartment. And so now we have to leave and go stay somewhere else, at a hotel or something. And then, of course, they get to the hotel, and immediately they have to have sex again, because what else do you do in a hotel? And there was I don't remember, they usually have a fight before sex. Oh yeah, we also got proof that the doctor is equally stupid about birth control, but considering the author. And that Christian Grey is so, freaking, lazy and disrespectful of women, and clearly sees them as objects and not people, that he gets all of his subs the same car. Which means he likely, that's why they all go to the same salon with the same gay hairdresser, and I'm sure, like I said, all the clothes and everything. He's got 5 stores on speed dial, where he's just yeah, here's her measurements, send me the usual. Hello.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have guest star Sasha the puppy dog joining us. Oh, I hear a collar.
No, that's my chair. I'm on my swinging chair.
Nice. I love swinging chairs.
Trying to figure out how I watch the live stream and do this talkie thing. Right? Want to say hi, Sasha? No? Okay.
Oh, hi. I hear
She doesn't want to say hi.
All right, that should do it for YouTube to shut the fuck up and not claim that our national anthem is K-pop music. So, all rise and bring your ducks.
If you're still struggling with consent, Just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea. Thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No, thank you," then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want it, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Excellent. All right. Hello, everybody. Good to have you here. I hear a puppy. And at long last, it's finally happened. They arrived on time. We have ducks. We have an entire bag of ducks. There are 25 in all. Every one of them is different. I have obviously seen some of them, but I haven't gone through them one by one. So I don't know them all yet. But we have ducks now. Aren't they so cute? And this is all Mark's fault. And, he's not even here because he has life and stuff. So this, which looks better when you can see the whole thing, this is our pantheon of ducks. I'm going to add to this. It's going to look cool, I promise. I just didn't have a lot of time. So what will happen, because I've worked out my 3 tiers for people who tip / donate / whatever you would like to call it. If it is $10 or thereabout, I am going to reach into this bag, which is going to live over here where I can't see it, and randomly draw one duck. The duck will then go on our pantheon, and it will stay there until all the ducks have arrived. So I will be keeping track week to week of which ducks are out and making sure they are present the next week. So we got all these ducks to get through. And hopefully everyone can hear me.
I can hear you. I don't know if anybody else is on stream.
I can hear you're like, are you outdoors?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it is.
Probably the plane that just went over my head.
Yep, that'll do it. So we have all these lovely ducks that we'll choose one by one at random, add them to our pantheon. I really am going to, I know what I'm going to do to this already to make it look a lot better. I just did not have time. So for $10, we will draw a duck at random until they are all in attendance. Until then, they will live over here. They will come to join us when it is their turn. At 25, we still have. I will put on the handcuffs, the good ones. I really gotta wash these. I keep forgetting to wash these. But yeah, but these are still here. And should anybody be an absolute lunatic and donate $50 or more, I will chug this entire glass once per stream. That's a limit. She's saying, why are you paying attention to something that isn't me? We talked about this.
No, it's more because I bought her a cookie today and it smells really good, and I'm kind of deciding if I want to eat it.
I think if you bought it for the dog, she's got dibs.
She's had 2/3 of it.
That's good.
You can share.
Yeah, see, she didn't agree to that.
No, she did not. All right, you can have the last one.
Yeah, because it's mine. Oh yeah, the last chapter left off on them kind of saying I love you. Which is completely out of nowhere.
So is their entire relationship.
Yes. Yeah,
in real time, I think they've known each other probably 3 weeks.
That's possibly being generous.
Yeah. I still maintain they belong together because otherwise they would be with other people, and that would just be subjecting the horror to other people.
Well, he's already subjected the horror to 14 other women.
Oh, the more reason they should be together.
And like I said, he only confirms that 4 of them are still living, so 10 of them are buried somewhere.
Taylor knows where.
He does, because he definitely did that. Yeah, he definitely got the call of like, yeah, it happened again. Just put her where you put the last one. They didn't find her yet. Chapter 9. I cannot contain my jubilation. My subconscious gapes at me in stunned silence, and I wear a face-splitting grin as I gaze longingly up into Christian's tortured eyes. God, she describes people's eyes so fucking much.
If it's your subconscious, how does she know what it looks like? Isn't the
E.L.
very
James
definition of your subconscious that you don't know about it?
Yes, exactly. That it influences you without your being aware of it.
You don't have a conversation with your subconscious.
No, you don't.
I don't think E.L. James knows what she's talking about, Sasha.
No, she doesn't, because she confuses subconscious with like fucking schizophrenic delusions.
No, I think she confuses it with imaginary friends.
That too. Why is chat running way behind? These messages just came up for me and some of them are 5 minutes old. I'm sorry I missed them. Hello Nightwolf, hello Mirage Swiss. Good to see you both. I would have seen you sooner, but the chat is, I don't know. It's being freaking weird. It's not loading. So, okay, hopefully it will right itself. I don't know, my computer's been a little weird lately. I'm trying not to panic. His soft, sweet confession calls to me on some deep elemental level, as if he were seeking absolution. His 3 small words are my manna from heaven, really just laying it on thick. Tears prick my eyes once more. Yes, you do. I know you do. It's such a liberating realization, as if I'm crushing a millstone that's been tossed aside. This beautiful, fucked up man who I once thought of as my romantic hero, strong, solitary, mysterious, possesses all these traits, but he's so fragile and alienated and full of self-loathing. No, he's not. I have seen 0 signs of self-loathing. Fragile, maybe a little in certain ways. Alienated, yes, by his own choice. But self-loathing? Fuck no. He's way too arrogant for that. Like, I'm sorry, he's not some fragile, hurt puppy. He's a fully formed psycho. My heart swells with joy, but also pain for his suffering. And I know in this moment that my heart is big enough for both of us. I hope it's big enough for both of us. That's not how anything works. I reach up to clasp his dear, handsome face and kiss him gently, pouring all the love I feel into one sweet connection. I want to devour him beneath the hot, cascading water. Christian groans and encircles me in his arms, holding me as if I'm the air he needs to breathe.
It's too bad they can't just drown each other and put the rest of us out of our misery.
Yeah, she also really likes shower scenes. This is a recurring theme. Oh, Anna, he whispers hoarsely. I want you, but not here. Yes, I murmur fervently into his mouth. Since when is he above fucking in the shower?
Or anywhere.
Yeah, really. Like, he was ready to, like, do it in front of his parents at the dinner table. Is that frogs I'm hearing?
Maybe, probably crickets. I don't know.
Wow, if
Nature
those
crap.
are crickets, they're loud.
I don't think there are a lot of frogs near me. It's just file it under nature crap.
Yep. Obviously something that doesn't need to be chased.
Nope.
He switches off. Do I hear puppy grumbling?
Yeah.
Hello, big baby girl.
No, I'm all out of cookie.
I heard the snipping. I'm like, I know what she's looking for. He switches
All
off
out
the
of cookie.
shower and takes my hand, leading me out and enfolding me in a bathrobe. Grabbing a towel, he wraps it around his waist, then takes a smaller one and begins to dry my hair. When he's satisfied, he sways the towel around my head so that in the large mirror over the sink, I look like I'm wearing a veil. Yeah, had to go like heavy-handed with the imagery there, really? Right after they said I love you, you gotta have a wedding reference. He's standing behind me and our eyes meet in the mirror, smoldering gray to bright blue, and it gives me an idea. This is not gonna be good. Can I reciprocate? I ask. He nods, though his brow creases. Are we going in for another sex scene? I'm not drunk yet. This is no fair. I reach for another towel from the plethora of fluffy towels stacked beside the vanity, and standing before him on tiptoe, I start to dry his hair. He bends forward, making the process easier as I catch the occasional glimpse of his face beneath the towel, and I see him grinning like a small boy. Okay, not the imagery to come up when you're launching into or out of. No. It's a long time since anyone did this to me. A very long time. He murmurs, but then frowns. In fact, I don't think anyone's ever dried my hair. Surely Grace did. Tried your hair when you were young? They're rich. Girl, you think his mom, who is also a full-time cardiothoracic surgeon, if I recall, you think she raised her kids? I'm sorry, no? He shakes his head, hampering my progress. No, she respected my boundaries from day one, even though it was painful for her. I was a very self-sufficient child, he says quietly. I feel a swift kick in the ribs as I think of a small, copper-haired child looking after himself because no one else cares. The thought is sickeningly sad, but I don't want my melancholy to hijack this blossoming intimacy. Well, I'm honored, I tease him gently. That you are, Miss Steele. Or maybe it's I who am honored. And that goes without saying, Mr. Gray, I respond tartly. I finish with his hair, reach for another small towel, and move around to stand behind him. Our eyes meet again in the mirror and watch, and his watchful, questioning look prompts me to speak. Yet Sasha is entirely allowed to. She can say whatever she wants. She's a sweetheart. and a baby girl. I finish with his hair and reach for another small towel and move around to stand behind him. Yeah, blah, 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 speak. Can I try something? After a moment, he nods. Warily and very gently, I run the soft cloth down his left arm, soaking up the water that is beaded on his skin. Glancing up, I check his expression in the mirror. He blinks at me, his eyes burning into mine. I lean forward and kiss his bicep as his lips part infinitesimally. I dry his other arm in a similar fashion, trailing kisses around his bicep, and a small smile plays on his lips. Carefully, I wipe back beneath the faint lipstick line, which is still visible. He's had like at least 2 baths in a shower. How is this lipstick like still there?
It's a great advertisement for whatever lipstick company they use.
Yeah, if they had specified that it's like Revlon's new, 40-hour stay tattoo lip liner or some shit, I might believe it, but
Basically, need to sand it off his chest.
yeah. I hadn't gotten around to washing his back. Whole back, he says quietly, with the towel. He takes a sharp breath and screws his eyes closed as I briskly dry him, careful to touch him only with the towel. He has such an attractive back. Literally, there's no. He's like literally like supposed to be sculpted like a Greek god. I swear. Broad, sculptured shoulders, all the small muscles clearly defined. He really looks after himself. The beautiful sight is marred only by his scars. With difficulty, I ignore them and suppress my overwhelming urge to kiss each and every one of them. When I finish, he exhales and I lean forward and reward him with a kiss on his shoulder. Putting my
For
arms around.
breathing?
Apparently, or for,
Okay.
I don't know, apparently touching his back is also a thing, and though I'm pretty sure he only ever said that touching his chest was a thing, not his back, so I don't know. Putting my arms around him, I dry his stomach. As our eyes meet once more in the mirror, his expression amused but wary too. Hold this. I hand him a small face towel and he gives me a bemused frown. Remember in Georgia, you made me touch myself using your hands? I had. I do not remember this.
I don't think that was in the book.
I don't think so. I think I remember him like edging her in the bathtub, and then she gave him a blowjob that would have drowned her. But I don't remember him like using her hands to touch herself. I do not remember that at all. I think you're right that was not in there.
Yeah, James probably forgot to put it in the book.
Yeah, or just didn't go back and check. Yeah. His face darkens, but I ignore his reaction and put my arms around him. Gazing at both of us in the mirror, his beauty, his nakedness, and me with my covered hair. And we look almost biblical, as if from an Old Testament Baroque painting. I reach for his hand, which he willingly entrusts to me, and guide that hand up to his chest to dry it, sweeping the towel slowly, awkwardly across his body. Once, twice, then again. He's completely immobilized, rigid with tension except for his eyes, which follow my hand clasped around his. My subconscious looks on with approval, her normally pursed mouth smiling, and I'm the supreme puppet master. His anxiety ripples off his back in waves, but he maintains eye contact, though his eyes are darker, more deadly, showing their secrets, maybe. Is this a place I want to go? Do I want to confront his demons? This is not confronting his demons. Confronting his demons would be taking him to the playroom, getting him into Dom mode, and then making him have a conversation about it. This is confronting past trauma, which he's using as an excuse for his demons, but they are not confronting the same thing at all.
Confronting his demons or his trauma would be taking him to a fucking therapist.
A good one, not the one he has.
An actual one, not the one that
Yeah.
shows up at auctions
No.
for women and tries to outbid him.
Yeah, no. Because that's what you do to a control freak narcissist.
You try to buy his girlfriend in front of him. That helps.
Yeah, knowing that when he's mad, he takes it out with physical abuse on whoever he's currently beating. I need you, Anastasia, he whispers. I need you too. And as I say the words, I'm struck how true they are. I cannot imagine being without Christian ever, because he has not left you alone for a consecutive 6 hours in the past 3 weeks. He's literally brainwashing you so that you cannot live without him, and it's working. Let me love you, he says hoarsely. Yes, I answer. And turning, he hauls me into his arms, his lips seeking mine, beseeching me, worshipping me, cherishing me, loving me. We needed all of these words. There's an actual page break here, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to pick up. Not the time to be getting snippy. He trails his fingers up and down my spine as we gaze at each other, basking in our post-coital bliss, replete. Yay for skipping a bad sex scene. We lie together, me on my front, hugging my pillow, he on his side, and I'm treasuring his tender touch. I know that right now he needs to touch me. I'm a balm for him, a source of solace. And how could I deny him that?
More
I
like a
feel
robot for him,
I know.
or an object. Let's say balm.
I know. Like, really. I feel exactly the same about him. Also, that word always makes me think of a certain line from Handmaid's Tale. So it would seem, Miss Steele. I grin. You weren't particularly the first time we, did this. No, he smirks. When I robbed you of your virtue? That is put actually quite aptly, because yes, that's what he did. I don't think you robbed me, I mutter hoidily. I am not a helpless maiden.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, that was in her head. She didn't
Maybe
even say
not a
it out loud.
maiden, but yeah,
Not
definitely
exactly a
helpless.
maiden, but helpless, yeah. And that was only in her head. She didn't even say it out loud.
And intentionally so. She doesn't have to be helpless. She just
No,
makes herself.
very much so. I think my virtue was offered up pretty freely and willingly. That did not happen. That is not at all what happened. She did not offer fuck. He determined that she was a virgin and said, okay, we're taking care of this right now, and led her
Because
into the
it's a
bedroom.
problem.
Because it was a problem. Because he wants free and total access to fuck her whenever he wants, as hard as he wants, and her being a virgin was literally a problem. So he literally said, we're going to take care of this, and then proceeded to do so. I don't think she even speaks the entire scene. I wanted you too, and if I remember correctly, I rather enjoyed myself. Yeah. Again, Kazeel James has no idea how virgins work. So did I, if I recall, Miss Steele. We aim to please. He drawls and his face softens, serious. And it means you're mine. Completely. See, that's what it is. He's never had a virgin before, so it just plays into his possessive, obsessive, controlling nature. And he likes the fact that he's the only guy she's ever been with.
It's perfect for a control freak.
Exactly. It is. That's exactly it. That's why she's so appealing to him, because he looked at her and saw a blank slate, an unmolded lump of clay that he could Svengali into his perfect subby.
Unmolded lump of clay does perfectly encapsulate her personality as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because she has none.
She has none whatsoever. Like, I dare anybody describe this woman without naming the movie that she comes from, the book, or her job. Describe this character and try to get somebody to figure out who you are describing from literature.
Yeah, you can't use literature and anything about E.L. James in the same like
Okay,
sentence.
true. I take it back. I apologize.
Context, continent,
I apologize.
universe.
Yes, I am. I murmur back at him. I wanted to ask you something. Go ahead. Your biological father. Do you know who he was? This thought has been bugging me. His brow creases and then he shakes his head. I have no idea. Wasn't the savage who was her pimp, which was good. How do you know? Something Carrick said to me. I gaze at my 50 expectingly, waiting. So, so hungry for information, Anastasia. He sighs, shaking his head. The pimp discovered the crack whore's body and phoned it into the authorities. Took him 4 days to make the discovery, though. He shut the door when he left me with her body. His eyes cloud at the memory. I swear she took that part from an episode of Criminal Minds that the name escapes me. You know the one with Abby, where the guy wants to kidnaps women and wants them to become Abby because she was the babysitter, and the one where the kidnapped girl is Brooke Lombardini, and he's like, why can I not think of words? Embalming. He's embalming them to death.
I don't
Because
remember that one off the top of my head.
yeah, it's the one with there's a psychic and Rossi hates them. Am I confusing an episode of Criminal Minds with an episode of Numbers? No. No, it is Criminal Minds because I remember, yeah, because Rossi says like he had a case before where he used a psychic and it didn't work out and he always blamed himself. But yeah, it's where he's kidnapping blonde women and they get into like necrophilia and. But yeah, the backstory is that his rich parents went away when he was a kid. He was like 3 or 4, and the babysitter had like a heart condition and died, and he was alone with the body for days.
Hmm.
And so he's kidnapping and like brainwashing women to turn them into the babysitter so they'll read him a story and cuddle him.
Doesn't sound familiar, but at the same time, I can't imagine E.L. James ripping off somebody else's idea. Everything she says is so original.
I know. I gotta like. Where's my phone? Seriously, I swear my phone was here. Do I hear a kitty?
Yeah, neighbor's kids on the other block are
Oh,
loud.
I said kitty, not kitty.
Oh, well,
I'll take it. I'll take
it. No, I'm nowhere near
I
a
meant
cat.
meow meows.
No, I'm nowhere near a cat.
Okay, it is Criminal Minds. I'm not crazy. It's the episode is called Cold Comfort.
What season?
I'm looking. 4. Season 4, episode 14.
So I probably have seen that one. I trailed off watching when Shamar Moore left, and then once they got rid of Hotchner, I completely stopped watching. But if it's season 4, I would have seen it.
Yeah, I don't think I made it. I think I made it up to season 13, but I don't think I've seen season 13 yet. I have seen a couple episodes of the Revive, but I was waiting for it to see if it was going to get a second season.
I think it might have.
I believe it did.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They took some liberties with the style that I wasn't so.
Yeah.
Plus, no Matthew Gray Goobler, and we got to have him.
Yeah, it's hard because the original cast had so much great chemistry. That's kind of what made the show.
Yeah, very much
so. And then you just add all these extra people. It's like if you can't really recapture that.
No, and they kept, the fact that they kept changing out people so quickly, especially later on, and there's some of the like 1 or 2 season fill-ins. I like some,
Like
I
Jennifer
didn't.
Love Hewitt, I think, was on there for like 1 or 2 seasons.
Yeah, no,
Aisha Taylor was on
forgettable.
there for like 3, and then she went away, and then she came
Completely
back.
hated her
Some blonde chick who was a cadet that they brought in because her dad was a
for like
serial
2
killer,
episodes.
and
I
then she
actually
left,
would
and then I
have
think
liked
she
to
came
see
back.
I would have liked to see more of her. I would have liked to have
Yeah.
seen her as a like in the field like person, but she's still like new, but she's training with the team and like learning as an
Yeah.
FBI agent. Her
Like
I
they
would have liked,
started that, and then after
yeah,
4 episodes,
and then
they're
she
like,
just
yeah, nah.
disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and then they had Janine Triplehorn, who was the
Yep.
linguistics professor. Her character I actually kind of liked. It was nice seeing her and Reed like intellectually sparring with each other sometimes.
Yeah.
I also love the one where Rossi comes in and just goes, "Good morning, my nerds."
Yeah.
Yeah, her and Reed worked really well together. You know, she had some good moments, but Prentice was
Yeah. But
always the
again, she's
best.
in
She
for
was
like
always,
2.
yeah, two, and then
Yeah.
literally she's just gone the start of the next season. There's no explanation.
Yeah.
She doesn't even
No,
get
she
a
went back to
reason.
her. She went back to her husband at the end of the
Oh,
previous season.
okay, I
They
missed
did.
that or I didn't care.
Yep. She was gonna like they were separated after her kid died, and it was kind of like we could get divorced or we could be together
Yeah,
or
I know.
something. So she
Like
decided to, because
letting.
they had like a long distance marriage or something. So she went back
Mm-hmm.
to that. But then Prentice has been on and off the show a few times.
Yeah, and now she's
So,
headlining the
yeah.
revival show. Because she was always the best. She was always the best fit in that role. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm one of those people. I never liked Elle in the first like season and a half. Never liked her. Never liked the character. I like the actress.
The one who
I've
got
seen her-
fired because she killed a rapist.
Yeah. No, I don't mind that she got.
Yeah.
I don't mind that she killed a rapist. That's fine.
Yeah.
But the character entirely from the beginning.
Yeah.
Is just written as being
Didn't
so
fit.
fucking weak.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, she's weak and she's occasionally very, very stupid. And it's like, I'm sorry, you're supposed to be an FBI agent who's been in the Bureau for at least 10 years before you could even think about joining a specialized unit. You're supposed to be, actually trained. But no, just her whole demeanor and her constant, she was always doubting herself. She was never assertive unless it was done in such a hacky way. And I can never take her seriously as even being in a cop role. I'm sorry, she's just somebody miscast her horribly. I inhale sharply. Poor baby boy. The horror is too grim to contemplate. Police interviewed him later. He denied flat out I had anything to do with him. And Carrick said he looked nothing like me. That does not matter, and DNA tests existed when he was a little boy.
If he has no idea who his mom was because she was back a little crack whore, how do his adoptive parents, who didn't meet him until he was like 6, know his biological father?
They don't. They only said that it wasn't his mother's pimp is the only thing he knows, that it wasn't him. He doesn't know actually who it was.
Okay, I thought he was saying that his adopted dad did know, and I'm like, how the hell would they know that?
No, and also, seriously.
So basically the dad was Karen was ruling out one guy out of 5 billion.
He ruled out one guy. And let's just say, okay, this is his adoptive father telling him this. And let's just say that Christian at some age, whether he's 7 or 17, at some point makes sense he would have gone to his adoptive parents and said, hey, what do you know about my actual parents? You're going to ask these questions at some point if you're adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes total sense, though, that his adoptive parents would have totally lied to him. If the pimp was his father, they're not gonna tell him that.
They wouldn't know either way.
They wouldn't know because it sounds like the cops didn't do DNA. They literally took a pimp's word that, no, I'm not that kid's father. But yeah, of course you would lie to him and be like, no, of course it wasn't the person who did that you remember. No, that's not your real father. That would be awful. I'm just putting it out there as a possibility. Yeah, I think his adoptive daddy may have lied. But, she was a crack whore. She probably didn't know herself. Do you remember what he did look like? Anastasia, this isn't part of my life I revisit very often. Also, he was 4, so he literally had no permanent memory. Yes, I remember what he looked like. I'll never forget him. Christian's face darkens and hardens, becoming more angular, his eyes frosting with anger. Can we talk about something else? What are the odds that Christian tracked this guy down and killed him when he was a teenager? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Really? You brought this up, but you didn't mean to upset him after doing something very intimate and triggering for him. Again, stupid.
What would be upsetting about reminding him about the fact that his mother died in front of him and he was left with her body for 3 or 4 days?
Yeah.
Yep. What would be upsetting about that?
Nothing.
Totally post-sex conversation that everybody has.
Absolutely. See, this is why I always leave
This
or
is
kick
pillow
people
talk.
out right after sex, because then I don't have postcoital conversations.
Yep.
This is
Pretty
also
standard
why
pillow talk.
this is also why you either go to his place or you make it very clear if he comes back to your place that you're going to do the deed and then he's leaving. You're not invited to stay the night. And I make that clear before I open the door. He shakes his head. It's old news, Anna, not something I want to think about. So what's this surprise then? I need to change the subject before he goes all 50 on me. When is he not? When is he not? His expression lightens immediately. Can you face going out for some fresh air? I want to show you something. She hasn't been the one saying you should build an underground bunker to hide from the stalker, dude. That's been you. She's been the one saying I'm going to go on with my life and not hide from this. So, of course, I marvel how quickly he turns, mercurial as ever. He grins at me with his boyish, carefree, I'm only 27 smile, and my heart lurches into my mouth. It's something so close to his heart I can tell. He swats me playfully on the behind. He's always hitting her on the ass, no matter what the context is. He just likes smacking her on the ass, I swear. Because whether he's doing it playfully, quote unquote, or out of absolute anger and violence, it's always that. Get dressed. Jeans will be good. I hope Taylor packs some for you. He rises and pulls on his boxer briefs. Oh, I could sit here all day watching him wander around the room. Up, he scolds, bossy as ever. I gaze at him, grinning, just admiring the view. He rolls his eyes at me. As we dress, I notice that we move with the synchronization of two people who know each other well.
No, you don't.
No. And also,
Nope.
you're in a hotel room. You don't know where fuck all is, and you don't have anything with you. You didn't even pack. Each watchful and acutely aware of the other, exchanging the occasional shy smile and sweet touch. And it dawns on me that it's just as new for him as it is for me. Dry your hair, Christian hoarders once were dressed. Domineering as ever. I smirk at him.
Didn't we have a hair drying scene 20 minutes
ago?
ago?
He dried her hair with a towel, so I guess that's not enough. That's never going to change, baby. I don't want you sick. It is an old wives' tale that going out with wet hair makes you sick. I had to argue that with my mom
Colds
so
are
much.
communicable diseases. They have nothing to do with wet hair.
No. The only thing that I ever got from going out with wet hair was my hair freezing into icicles and then melting down my back at school. It did. One of the teachers had to run to the gym locker rooms and get towels. Because literally I went from the shower to outside in -30 in about 30 seconds. So there were literal icicles, and my hair actually froze onto my shirt. I roll my eyes at him, and his mouth twists in amusement. My palms still twitch, you know, Miss Steele. I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Gray. I was beginning to think you were losing your edge. He literally just smacked you on the ass like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
I could easily demonstrate that's not the case should you so wish. Christian drags a large cream cable knit sweater out of his bag and drapes it artfully over his shoulders. Okay, I call bullshit for something in the mister that fucking bothered me because she described the exact same. There's got to be a reason she likes this. Somebody that she thinks is hot wore a large, chunky cable knit sweater because in the mister, she describes it as a chunky knit sweater, even though she was clearly describing a cable knit sweater. So I thought she just didn't know what the fuck it is because she's British and they have different words for sweaters. But no, it says right here, cable knit sweater. So she didn't know what the fuck. She's obviously also, by the way, describing the exact same sweater, which is why I'm saying, I don't know. Is somebody in a famous movie that's hot, like wear a cream cable knit sweater? Anybody out there? If you know, tell me. Because she's stealing that from somewhere. It's been in 2 series now. She likes it for a reason.
There probably is, but honestly, I don't give her enough credit I don't give her enough credit to remember something like that. I think she's just accidentally stealing from herself.
Oh, well,
she has no idea what she writes from story to story.
No, I said the entire time reading The Mr. and the Mrs. I said the book The Mr., that one book by itself, is the retelling of all 3 50 Shades books condensed into one. It really fucking is, because it is scene for scene, line for line. There's repetitive dialogue. I'm sure there's like a side by side out there where somebody has highlighted like every repeated line and scene and description and everything, and it'll be 85% of that book. But I guess it doesn't count as plagiarism if you're stealing from yourself.
Nope. So yeah, I don't think she's describing anything. I think she's just not smart enough to remember that she's already used that description.
Well, this one did come first.
Well, in the Mister, then she's not smart enough to know she'd already used it in this one.
True. Very true.
My point is she's not smart.
Yes. Rub the puppy belly.
No, I won't.
She doesn't want belly?
No, she's over by the driveway checking to see if anybody's walking by.
Oh, of course. With his white t-shirt and jeans, his artfully rumpled hair, and now this, he looks as if he stepped out of the pages of a high-end glossy magazine. No one should look this good.
I have another pointless question.
Okay.
Why is he afraid that her wet hair is going to catch her a cold if he's going outside in jeans and a t-shirt? Clearly it's not raining or cold outside.
No.
He's not even wearing the sweater. It's on his shoulders. Like it's on his shoulders. Yacht club bro boy.
Yep. That's exactly what he looks like right now, 100%.
Yeah. Not exactly going to catch her death of cold because her hair is damp.
If anybody has posted anything in the chat in the last half hour, I have not seen it. I don't know if it's working or not. I haven't
either. We probably just scared them away.
Probably. I get smaller glasses. And we're still waiting for our inaugural duck. They're getting boisterous in the bag. Well, they all want to be shown off and have their names proudly announced. I'm going to name all of the ducks. Because, they're all individuals with unique personalities, so we have to name all of the ducks.
Stop looking at that.
No one should look this good, and I don't know if it's the momentary distraction of his perfect looks or the knowledge that he loves me, but his threat
He
no
doesn't.
longer. No, he doesn't. He just wants to possess you and thinks that that means that it's love. He's like Frank in Criminal Minds, you know, Frank from season 2. David Carradine or Keith Carradine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Keith Carradine with Jane. This
Yep,
is my 50 Shades. This is the way he is. You finally, it took you a book and a half to get to saying this is the way he is instead of trying to ignore it, B, trying to pretend it isn't real, C, thinking if he just tells you why you can fix it, or D, thinking that he can ignore who he is. As I reach for the hairdryer, a tangible ray of hope blossoms. We'll find a middle way. We just have to recognize each other's needs and accommodate them. I can do that, surely. Not
Don't call me Shirley.
Not in this context. No, you can't. That is not how anything works. Like, not how relationships work. Not with these extremes in play. No way. I gaze at myself in the dresser mirror. I'm wearing the pale blue shirt that Taylor bought and had packed for me. My hair is a mess. My face is flushed. My lips are swollen. I touch them, remembering Christian's searing kiss. And I can't help a small smile as I stare. Yes, I do, he said. Where are you going? Exactly. I ask as we wait in the lobby for the Where are we going? Exactly. I ask as we wait in the lobby for the parking valet. Christian taps the side of his nose and winks at me conspiratorially, looking like he's desperate to contain his glee. Frankly, it's very un-50. He was like this when we went gliding. Perhaps that's what we're doing. I beam back at him. He stares down his nose at me, in that superior way he has with a lopsided grin. Leaning down, he kisses me gently. Do you have any idea how happy you make me feel? He murmurs. Yes, I know exactly, because you do the same for me. The valet zooms up in Christian's car wearing an enormous grin. Geez, everyone's so happy today. Great car, sir, he mumbles as he hands over the keys. Christian winks and gives him an obscenely large tip. I frown at him, honestly. As we cruise through traffic, Christian is deep in thought. A young woman's voice comes over the loudspeakers. It has a beautiful, rich, mellow timbre, and I lose myself in her sad, soulful voice. So from beautiful, rich, and mellow to sad and soulful, all in one voice from an announcer.
She's also talking about like Siri or something.
That is so much like word vomit. I don't... Like... Now that I have readjusted my meds and the creative part of my brain is actually fucking working again, I started writing again in the last 2 days, and I realized why I fucked up and stalled out, because I made myself put in something that I hated, because I was going for authenticity, even though I fucking hated it. So I fixed it, and now I can write stuff again. Well, that and also being properly medicated instead of being on meds that absolutely suppressed all creative thought and made me want to sleep all the time. Because those are clearly wrong. Like, I sent out 10 job resumes today, and it was good.
Good?
Yes, and still not... it's still so hard to find, like live chat specifically jobs. Because, obviously, we're going to have noise for another, 5 goddamn months. There's nothing I can do about it. Yes, like that, but every day. Man, whatever mic is picking you up is really good.
Sorry, forgot to feed and water the chickens.
Oh, definitely take care of the chickens.
Yep.
And Sasha, you get to wait inside. Sorry.
No, yeah, but they're in the coop trying to sleep, so she's not bugging them.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I just remembered because I haven't I had my drugs in a while. I just remembered that about 2 hours ago I filled up the water gallon to put water in their little water dispenser, and I left the water in the sink. So I thought I'd give them the water instead of leaving it in the sink for another 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm sure the chickens are appreciative.
Yeah, probably not. They're putty little bastards. Go on, get outside, Pasta. There you go.
As we cruise through the traffic, Christian is deep in thought. Oh, I already read that line. I need to make a detour. It shouldn't take long, he says absent-mindedly, distracting me from the song. Oh, why? I'm intrigued to know the surprise. My inner goddess is bouncing like a 5-year-old. Sure, I murmur. Something's amiss. Suddenly he looks grimly determined. He pulls into this parking lot of a large car dealership, stops the car, and turns to face me, his expression wary. We need to get you a new car, he says. I gape at him. Now? On a Sunday? What the hell? This is a Saab dealership.
That's your surprise, dumbass. He's picking out your car for you.
Well, he said this was a detour, so I don't think this is
Oh, maybe not.
not an Audi. Is stupidly the only thing I can think to say. And bless him, he actually flushes. Christian embarrassed. This is a first. I thought you might like something else, he murmurs. He's almost squirming. Oh, please, this is too valuable an opportunity not to tease him. I smirk. A Saab? Yeah, A93. Come. What is it with you and foreign cars? The Germans and Swedes make the safest cars in the world, Anastasia. Do they? I thought you'd already ordered me another Audi A3.
Then he should be getting her a Volvo station wagon if he wants a safe car.
Yeah, seriously. He gives me a dark, amused look. I can cancel that. Come. Climbing out
Stop
of the
telling your
car.
girlfriend to come. It's creepy.
I know! It is creepy. I hate that too. I fucking hate it. Any guy you ever say, like, come to me, you're gonna get this, and then I'm gonna turn and walk deliberately away from you because you can go fuck yourself. I'm not your dog.
Well, it's also that. It's kind of like given his sex proclivities. It's like you're probably
Yeah.
just telling her to. And E.O. James's inability to
Yeah.
spell, they're probably just telling her to come on command.
Yes, because she does spell. She does only use COME for both types of cum. So
you don't know which one he means.
exactly, it's entirely possible that he was ordering his girlfriend to orgasm on the spot, and that he has definitely done that to past submissives. I have no doubt, none whatsoever.
And beating them when they didn't.
Absolutely. Yes, I do. Wait, where was I? I owe you a graduation present, he says, and holds his hand out for me. No, you bought her the car already. The fact that somebody destroyed it doesn't mean. Christian, you really don't have to do this. Yes, I do. Please, come. His tone says he's not to be trifled with. Yeah, because that's a tone that's going to put me in a good mood and make me want to go car shopping with you. Freaking A. They did cut the grass today, so my allergies are like in hyper mode. No, that's not easy at the moment because like half the courtyard is under scaffolding, so they can't get to it, and it's really, 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 really overgrown. I resign myself to my fate. A Saab? Do I want a Saab? I quite like the Audi Submissive Special. It was very nifty. You hated the car once you found out that he gave it to all his subs. You've done nothing but bitch every time he treats you like all of his other subs. And you didn't want the car and tried to return it and sell it and everything else in the first place and gave away the money. So no, you didn't like the car.
Also, resigned to my fate as her billionaire boyfriend buys her a brand new car. That's an awful fate.
Oh, I know. Couldn't you just die?
Yeah.
But that is part of the. That's supposedly part of her like allure as a virtuous character, that even though he's showering her with like wealth and gifts and stuff, she's reluctant
Ungrateful.
about it because she's so, well, yes, and because she's so humble and virtuous and blah blah blah. But ungrateful is a good word too. Of course, now it's under a ton of white paint. I shudder. And she's still out there. Like, it really sounds like all they needed to do was wash her car and replace the windshield and it's fine. Like, the car isn't totaled out. I take Christian's hand and we wander into the showroom. Troy Ternosky, which is way too close to the Russian oligarch in the other book, who appears for one scene and then disappears, never has a point, and I was really hoping would turn out to be the bad guy, but he didn't. Maybe in the third one. There will be a third one. I don't give a flying fuck. If even Neil James herself has said she's not writing a third one in the Mr. series, she fucking is. And it's going to be called either The Baby or The Child. I promise you. I promise you right now. It's the salesman is all over 50 like a cheap suit. He can smell a sale. His accent sounds oddly mid-Atlantic, maybe British. It's difficult to tell. How the fuck are you confusing those two? I'm sorry,
I just want to know. She said that this was on a Sunday. I thought she said like Sunday traffic. Car dealerships aren't open on Sundays.
No, they're
always
not.
Closed. Like,
yes.
Nationwide. That's the one day they're never open.
Same here. Same here. Same here.
Yeah.
Here until about like 2010, the only thing open on Sundays were churches and mom and pop restaurants that opened for lunch after church because people went for lunch after church, and that's it. Like you would not even see cars on Sunday here. Like, and I live in a major urban city. It's still turned into like a small town on a Sunday. Nothing is open on a Sunday. No freaking way in hell. A Saab, sir. Pre-owned? He rubs his hands with glee. New. Christian's lips are set in a hard line. New?
Because this is the only car dealership in the country who has not seen Christian Grey on the cover of magazines.
Yeah, they don't know who he is, really. Like, when everyone knows him locally. Did you have a model in mind, sir? And he's smarmy, too. 9.3 2.0T sports sedan. An excellent choice, sir. What color, Anastasia? Christian inclines his head. Black? I shrug. You really don't need to do this. He frowns. Black's not easily seen at night. Oh, for heaven's sake. I resist the temptation to roll my eyes. You have a black car. He scowls at me. Canary yellow, then, I shrug. Christian makes a face. Canary yellow is obviously not his thing. What color do you want me to have? I ask as if he's a small child, which he is in many ways. Not something you should be thinking about the person you're boning.
You should be asking, why does he want to track your car at night?
No, it's not like he doesn't have a built-in
drones,
GPS on it anyway. Yeah, no.
Why does it have to be able to be seen and tracked at night?
Because he's always worried about safety and he doesn't want her to get hit because somebody didn't see her black car, because he's really protective and it's really out of love and not about controlling sociopathy. Really, 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 really.
You know, he's got Taylor like flying drones over her car at night
100%,
so they can see it.
100%. Well, you know, like cars at this point all came with GPS, so you know he's got like a tracker app on his phone so he can watch her constantly. And there's definitely like a camera in the rearview mirror to watch her all the time.
And it's got OnStar, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Which is GPS tracking.
Oh yeah. But this also shows the progression of her brainwashing and indoctrination, that rather than like argue with him or even try to pick a color that she actually likes, She just, within 5 seconds, she defaults to what color do you want me to have? Because she knows it's going to go there anyway.
She doesn't have enough personality to know what her favorite color is.
No, she really doesn't. We haven't seen her mention a favorite color or anything to do with color, so.
Just be glad it's not gray.
Well, I'm not finished
I'm surprised
yet.
she didn't go for a gray car.
I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
What color do you want me to have? I ask as if he's still a small child, which in many ways he is. The thought is unwelcome, sad, and sobering at once. Silver or white? Silver, then. You know I'll take the Audi, I add, chastened by my thoughts. Why are you chastened by your thoughts in this moment? Like, seriously. Like, you're telling him, like, okay, just get me the same car as all your other subs. I don't want to deal with this. Like, girl, how about saying, I'm sure that's a really great car model, but I think I'd like to see what else they have just to compare. You're in front of the sales guy, so Christian's going to have to shut the fuck up and act like a normal human being and let you look at other cars, which I would do just to spite him at this point, even if I like the car he chose. And by the way, you're painting it candy apple red with like a glitter undercoat. And it better be like freaking shiny AF. Troy pales, sensing he's losing a sale. Perhaps you'd like the convertible, ma'am, he asks, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. My subconscious is cringing in disgust, mortified by the whole buying a car business, but my inner goddess tackles her to the floor. Convertible? Drool? So she has at least two people in her head. She has her subconscious and her inner goddess, and they can fight and are not always the same person, even though they've been utterly interchangeable. And neither is what they claim to be. Christian frowns and peers at me. Convertible? He asks, raising an eyebrow. I flush. It's like he has a direct hotline to my inner goddess, which of course he has. It's most inconvenient at times. I stare down at my hands. Christian turns to Troy. Now I'm thinking of Nip Tuck because there's the character in Nip Tuck who is sexy AF, and it. Oh fuck, he's a lot like Christian Grey too. Fuck. Fucking A, he is, and his name is Christian Troy. This is where that came into my head. What are the safety stats on the convertible? Troy, sensing Christian's vulnerability, heads in for the kill, reeling off all manner of statistics. Naturally, Christian wants me safe. It's a religion with him. And I like the zealot that he is.
Never mind, it would be a completely different make and model of a car.
Yeah, seriously. He listens intently to Troy's well-honed patter. 50 really does care. He's also a really stupid buyer because anyone this rich could just call up the car company directly and probably get the exact same car for like half the price. Yes, I do. I remember his whispered, choked words from this morning, and a melting glow spreads like warm honey through my veins. This man, God's gift to women, loves me. I am not making this shit up. She actually calls him God's gift to women. It is right there.
He thinks he is, so maybe that's
Yeah,
part
but
of her
this is
brainwashing.
her. This is her saying it.
It's part of the brainwashing.
Yes, it is. But goddamn. Ugh. Okay, somebody put me in handcuffs so I can have pain relief, please. And also, we still don't have our first duck. I know it's Labor Day weekend and everybody's busy, but worked very hard to get ducks.
Well, I'm just barely managing to have YouTube open and this thing, so I'm not going to add that extra layer.
I understand tech problems.
Canceling everything because I'm on my phone, so.
Oh, that's great.
Trying that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't. When it's on a phone, just be glad that it's working and not. and thank you, Sasha, for not trying to chase any of the ducks.
Nope.
She's a good baby girl.
No, she's sitting at right under the end of my chair, I think, watching for rabbits.
Well, you know,
Yep.
she can
Keeping
still
watch.
hope. for some
Oh,
running.
they're nocturnal little bastards.
Oh, yes. So she has to be on alert.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she only ran for like 7.8 miles today.
Walked for about one.
I find myself grinning goofily at him when he glances down at me. I'm amused yet puzzled. He's amused yet puzzled by my expression. I want to hug myself. I'm so happy. Whatever you're high on, I'd like some, Miss Steele, he murmurs as Troy heads off to his computer. I'm high on you, Mr. Gray. Now, he probably slipped or something in the hotel.
If he did, he'd be pulling her into the back of a car on the lot. Fucker.
Give it a minute.
Okay.
Really? Well, you certainly look intoxicated. He kisses me briefly. And thank you for accepting the car. That was easier than last time. So I swear he's
Like
like
she
using
had a choice.
exactly, but he's using this as a gauge as to like how much resistance she's still putting up, and he's like noting happily that it's going down. She's because again, what did we say? She picked two colors. He made a face, and she said, "What color do you want me to have?" So yeah, she's taking to his brainwashing and complete control of her life quite well. Well, it's not an Audi A3. He smirks. That's not the car for you. I liked it. Sir, the 9-3. I've located one at our Beverly Hills dealership. We can have it here for you in a couple of days. Troy glows with triumph. Top of the range? Yes, sir. Excellent. Christian produces his credit card. Or is it Taylor's? The thought is unnerving. I wonder how Taylor is and if he's located Layla in the apartment. I rub my, I rub my forehead. Yes, there's all of Christian's baggage, too. If you'll come this way, Mr. Troy glances at the name on the card. Gray. Yeah, like he's not gonna know who he is. Like, Christian opens my door and I climb into the back passenger seat. Thank you, I say as he's seated beside me. He smiles. You're most welcome, Anastasia. The music starts again as Christian starts the engine. Who's this? I ask. Eva Cassidy. She has a lovely voice. So she does. She did. Oh. She died young. Oh. Are you hungry? You didn't finish all your breakfast. See? They ate breakfast. It's not in here, but they ate breakfast. He definitely slipped something in her orange juice, I'm telling you. He glances quickly at me, disapproval outlined on his face. Uh-oh. Yes? Lunch first, then. Again, we're back to him having food issues. How did we go like an entire chapter without him having food issues? This book, I swear to God, the forced feeding of this woman. Christian drives towards the waterfront and then heads north along the Alaskan Way viaduct. It's another beautiful day in Seattle. It's been uncharacteristically fine for the last few weeks. Christian looks happy and relaxed as we sit back listening to Eve Cassidy's sweet, soulful voice and cruise down the highway. Have I ever felt this comfortable in his company before? I don't know. I'm
There's a
less
red
nervous.
flag.
I know, like, seriously. The things that she fucking says sometimes, like, Jesus. I'm less nervous of
Seriously,
his.
the most comfortable she's ever been with the guy has been between him forcing her to buy a car and forcing her to eat.
Yep.
That's pretty much where she is in the timeline.
Uh huh.
Okay.
I'm less nervous of his moods, confident he won't punish me.
Red flag.
Oh my god, I'm less constantly terrified that my boyfriend is about to beat me whenever the fuck he feels like it. That is what that line fucking translates to. And for the people in the comments saying I am too hard on him, come at me. Fucking come at me. I am not too hard on him at all. He should have been in jail several times.
It's a little bit like white knighting a Criminal Minds unsub.
It
He's just
really is.
misunderstood because 10 of his 14 girlfriends have disappeared
Yeah. There's
without a
only
trace.
off the immediate top of my head, there is one Criminal Minds unsub that I did genuinely feel sorry for. I'm sure there've been a couple over the years, but one that I will always remember is like really feeling sorry for. Early episode. It might have been even season 1 or 2. It's the episode called Distress, where the guy has PTSD, as a war vet, and because they're in a constant construction area, he gets trapped in flashbacks
Yeah.
and thinks that he's like killing enemy combatants and he's defending himself. Him, I genuinely felt bad for.
There was one episode with the kid from Malcolm in the Middle.
I don't know the show.
He was a, I'm blanking his name, but in the episode, he was a graphic novelist.
Yes, yes.
And there was something where he would fall asleep.
True Night.
Yeah, that one I think I kind of felt bad for him because he didn't seem to be knowing what he was doing. His girlfriend had been murdered in front of him.
No, he
and
was
it was
completely. Yeah.
Like, he was completely dissociated from
he didn't
it.
have any awareness of what he did. Yeah, no, again, yes, him I felt sorry for. And in the episode Ride the Lightning, Sarah Jean.
Yeah, the woman who basically
was innocent.
Yeah, she let herself be executed to protect her son.
Yep. And Gideon let her do it.
She wasn't really an unsub. She was just a extra victim.
Yes, she very much was his last victim.
Yeah.
The fun fact about that episode, I forget his name, but the guy who played the actual killer, Jacob, the scene where they're shaving his head, because he was friends with like the director, he really let them shave his head for real, and then they lost the footage.
That would suck.
Oh yeah. We're like, oh come on. Like, at least in Hills Have Eyes, they shaved the lady's head, but she made them pay her like an extra $2,000 to do it. Which I'm like, yep. Hats off to you, ma'am. So when Sigourney Weaver had to shave her head for one of the Aliens movies, she had to wear a wig when she was at home.
The third one when she was in the prison.
Yes, because she had a 2-year-old daughter at the time who would start screaming bloody murder if she saw mommy with a shaved head, so she had to wear a wig at home. We'll eat here. I'll open your door. He says in such a way that I know it's wise not to move. And watch him move around the car. Will this ever get old? Oh, will sitting painfully still because my boyfriend just barked at me not to get out of the car but let him open the door ever get old? Yes, it will. We stroll arm in arm to the waterfront where the marina stretches out in front of us. So many boats, I murmur and wonder. You're at a fucking marina. In Seattle! There are hundreds of them in all shapes and sizes, bobbing up and down on the calm, still waters of the marina. Out on Puget Sound, there are dozens of sails in the wind, weaving to and fro. It's a wholesome outdoorsy sight. And the wind has picked up a little, so I pull the jacket around me. Hi, Sasha, puppy girl.
Hey, it's a toy. You know that. It's a toy. You bring it inside.
Is she being lured in for the night?
Yeah, 2 dogs barking on the other street's making me nervous, but she knows to bring her toy inside if she brought it outside.
Oh, yes, otherwise the rabbits might get her toy.
No, it's a command, otherwise she'll leave it. She's left some outside with other people, but if I tell her to get her toy and bring it inside, she brings it inside.
That's a good girl.
Yes, it is.
Cold? He asks and pulls me tightly against him. No, just admiring the view. I could stare at it all day. Come, this way. Christian leads me to a large seafront bar and makes his way to the counter. The decor is more old New England than West Coast. White limed walls. It literally is hyphenated. White limed. What the hell is that?
Lime is a type of stone.
Lime is in the white limed walls. Pale blue furnishings and boat paraphernalia hanging everywhere. Did she mean white lined? Like it should be an N instead of an M?
Or it's made out of white limestone.
Maybe. That would be very out of place, especially as this seems to be a nautical place. That would be weird.
Oh, she seems to think that a restaurant on a marina having boat or nautical stuff as decorations is strange.
Yeah, apparently. Mr. Gray, the barman greets Christian warmly. What can I get you this afternoon? Dante, good afternoon. Christian grins as we both slip into bar stools. This lovely lady is Anastasia Steele. Welcome to SP's place.
That
Dante
means
gives
absolutely
me
nothing to anybody there.
No. Gives me a friendly smile. He's black and beautiful. His dark eyes assessing me and not find. I'm sorry, I gotta read this again. Dante gives me a friendly smile. He's black and beautiful. His dark eyes assessing me and not finding me wanting, it seems. Seriously? Where do I even start?
She should tell Christian that and see how quickly it takes him before he beats the guy up.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. One large diamond stud winks at me from his ear. I like him immediately. And of course the black person has the one ear pierce thing because that's not racist at all.
And the first thing he did was eyeball the white woman.
Yeah, in a shall we say appreciative fashion.
Mm-hmm. E.L. James has probably never met a minority in her life.
I'm totally saying no. I'm no. I'm thinking no. Well, no, wait. She's British. She grew up in England. No, she grew up around black people, definitely. But that doesn't mean she didn't, think she's better than. I glance at Christian, who regards me expectantly. Oh, he's not going to let me choose. Please call me Anna, and I'll have whatever Christian's drinking. So she's already stopped even trying to order for herself in a restaurant. Because she already knows that it's useless. I smile shyly at Dante. 50's so much better at wine than I am. Oh, yeah, of course. I should just let him choose everything for me because he just knows so much more about it than I do. Because I'm just a helpless girly who don't know anything and can't make up my own damn mind.
Well, he is a whole 6 years older than her, so that's a lot of life experience.
Yeah.
That she doesn't have.
Uh-huh. I'm going to have a beer. This is the only bar in Seattle where you can get Adnams Explorer. ADNAMS.
Which is bullshit, because if you ever went to a restaurant and asked for it, they'd start stalking it the next day.
This is very true. Also, are we sure this isn't supposed to be Adams Explorer? Isn't Samuel Adams a beer?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just a typo, and it's supposed to be Adams Explorer, which I'm sure is an actual beer.
Or she got a cease and desist letter from Sam Adams Beer Company saying we don't want to be associated with you in any way, shape, or form.
Actually, we looked this up once. Probably you weren't here. But apparently, as long as it is written in a book, you can name drop whatever brands and even people like Dua Lipa and the Mister or every artist mentioned in this. As long as it is in print, there is no such thing as copyright. You can mention whatever brands or famous people you want.
Well, it might not even be copyright. It might have just been. We don't want to be associated with your bullshit.
You can't stop somebody from putting it in their book. Unless it would fall under like libel or defamation. That's different. But just name dropping a brand, you can't stop somebody from doing that. In a movie you can, because they can't show the product
without
your permission. Yes, and some movies have gotten in trouble for doing that without permission and had to after the movie came out, write a very big check to certain companies. Sorry, we used your product without permission. Here's 3 times what it would have cost if we asked. Yes, he grins. 2 explorers, please, Dante. Dante nods and sets up the beers on the bar. They do a delicious seafood chowder here, Christian says. He's asking me? No, he's not asking
he's
you. That
telling
wasn't
you.
a question. There's
He's
not even a
informing you
question
that you are
mark.
going to like the dinner.
Yes! Chowder and beer sound great. I smile at him. 2 chowders? Dante asks. Please, Christian grins at him. That was not a question. There's no fucking question mark there. He was not asking her. He was telling her. Like, I'm sorry. This is too dumb. I mean, I never have to research nightmare fuel this week and turn off creative parts of my brain to survive. So, yeah, this is dumb. Because, being back on the proper meds with the creative side of my brain firing, let's just say a lot of writing is going to happen very quickly, and part 5 should be available soon to those who want it. I believe my closest reader is on part 3 somewhere at the moment. And I think Sasha ate the copy I sent to her.
She what?
I think Sasha ate the copy I sent to her.
Oh. She might have.
Please talk. We talk through our meal, as we never have before. Christian is relaxed and calm. He looks young, happy, and animated despite all this transpired yesterday.
Please don't share any of that with your actual audience.
No.
The reader. You wouldn't want them to experience that.
No. We never get to see them have an actual conversation that isn't a fight. He recounts the history of Gray Enterprises Holding Inc., and the more he reveals, the more... We might have actually found out what the fuck he does for a living. And the more he reveals, the more I sense his passion for fixing problem companies. His hopes for the technology he's developing, and his dream of making land in the third world more productive. These are all radically different goals.
Yeah.
Like, we've got fixing companies that are having problems.
Which means selling them for parts.
I'm telling you, he's partly based on Richard Gere and Pretty Woman. What did he do? I buy companies and then I sell them. And what do you do once you buy them? I sell them. I don't sell the whole company. I break it into parts. And yeah. So it's like stealing cars and selling them for the parts. Yes, but legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Pretty Woman was a huge influence on this. I've no doubt. Like I said, Thomas Crown Affair, massive influence on this. Dashes of Pretty Woman, and I think I named like one other movie, Birthday Girls. No, Birthday Girls, the Mister, not this one. But yeah, he's got vague hopes for technology, and then something about making land in the third world productive, which it doesn't even specify. Like,
nice.
Yeah, no, that sounds like he wants to drill for oil in Africa, really. I listened enraptured. He's funny, clever, philanthropic, and beautiful. And he loves me.
Don't involve your audience or your readers in any of that.
No, not like we should see this scene to humanize him and turn him into an actual person. So we understand that, yes, he does good things. He has a fucked up dark side, don't we all? But he's really a good person and doing great things to change the world, but we don't need to see...
No, your readers wouldn't want to have that in
No. Of course not. We don't get to see this. In turn, he plagues me with questions about Ray and my mom and growing up in the lush forest of Montesano and my brief stints in Texas and Vegas. He demands to know my favorite books and films, and I'm surprised by how much we have in common. As we talk,
I'm surprised you didn't turn around and say, what do you think they should be?
Yeah, really! It strikes me that he's turned from Hardy's Alec to Angel. I'm sure this is a like classic literature, whatever book that I have not read. And if it's yet another reference to Tess of the Umbervilles, which again I've not read, but it's been referenced about 1 billion times, E.L. James needs to go fuck herself and either explain your goddamn reference or use more common ones, idiot. Debasement to such a high ideal in such a short space of time. It's after 2 when we finish our meal. Christian settles the tab with Dante, who wishes us a fond farewell. This is a great place. Thank you for lunch, I say as Christian takes my hand and we leave the bar. I'll come again, he says, as we stroll along the waterfront. I wanted to show you something. I know, and I can't wait to see it, whatever it is. We wander hand in hand along the marina. It's such a pleasant afternoon. People are out enjoying their Sunday, walking dogs, admiring the boats, watching their kids run along the promenade. As we head down to the marina, the boats grow progressively larger. Christian leads me onto the dock and stops in front of a huge catamaran. I thought we'd go sailing this afternoon. This is my boat. Holy cow, it must be at least 40, maybe 50 feet. 2 sleek white hulls, a deck, a roomy cabin, and a towering overhead with an impressive mast. I know nothing about boats, but I can tell this one is very special. Also, there's a scene in Thomas Crown Affair with a catamaran boat. Exactly. Can't breathe, snippy snip. Oy. Now my mouse wants to roam around the screen. Making sure my puppy's still under his puppy bed. Because for him, the best use of a puppy bed is to flip it upside down and then crawl underneath it, so it's a nice, warm, cozy little oven that he can heat up and make to roughly 1 billion degrees. Wow, I murmur in wonder. Built by my company, he says proudly, and my heart swells. So his company also builds boats?
Yeah, maybe that's what they do with the struggling businesses.
Or maybe
they
he
make
just
them
means
build
the
boats.
money. Maybe like the money here from his company built it. I'm pretty sure catamarans are mostly custom built.
They're built on that land in Africa that he owns.
Uh-huh.
Using technology that he likes.
That also drills for oil.
Yep. I'm sure that's where the boat came from.
Absolutely. She's been designed from the ground up by the very best naval architects in the world and constructed here in Seattle at my yard. So he owns a boat building factory / yard / something.
So fourth industry he's the leader of.
At least. She has hybrid electric drives, asymmetric dagger boards, a square-topped mainsail. Okay, you've lost me, Christian. I grew up with a grandfather with boats, and I don't know what any of that means.
E.L. James, what it means is E.L. James just Googled boat terms.
Yep. No, she probably Googled like most
terms.
expensive boat, and then just took the description of the features and got...
Probably.
Yes.
It's probably not even for a catamaran.
Probably not. He grins. She's a great boat. She looks mighty fine, Mr. Gray. That she does, Miss Steele. What's her name? He pulls me to the side so I can see her name. The Grace. I'm surprised. You named her after your mom? Yes. He cocks his head to one side, quizzical. Why do you find that strange? Because you're not in the least fucking sentimental. Ever.
Because it shows you appreciate another person.
You don't even like your adoptive family and you think that you are a burdened piece of baggage to them, which is why he is surprised later on when they're in his apartment distressed that he might be dead after crashing his helicopter and why he didn't bother to call anyone to say, hey, by the way, I'm alive, Mom. Because he didn't think that they cared. So no, he didn't name his boat after her. And also, honestly, E.L. James, you want to write a bondage fucking book and he owns a catamaran? He names it the Cat O' Nine Tails and has a private lap at it when people don't know what it is. That is what your sadist BDSM character names a fucking catamaran in this book.
And it has a secret red room in it.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Yes, it does. That is what the cabin is for. The cabin is entirely a red room, so he can take his subs into the who are hardcore enough, the really hardcore ones. He can take them in the middle of the ocean where literally nobody can hear them scream. I shrug. I'm surprised. He always seemed ambivalent in her presence. I adore my mom, Anastasia. Why wouldn't I name a boat after her? Because you don't adore her and you're a sadist. As well as a sick fuck in general, and you definitely would have named this. I'm calling the boat the Cat O' Nine Tails, by the way, in perpetuity. But
or he would have named it after Mrs. Robinson, whatever the hell her
Mrs.
real
Robinson, yeah, her real name, something like that, yeah. I flush. No, it's not that. It's just shit. How can I put this into words? Here we go. Anastasia, Grace Trevelyan Gray saved my life. I owe her everything. Ah! I gaze at him and let out the reverence in his softly spoken admission. Let the reverence of his I'm sorry, this is really badly written. This is not my having a trip over your tongue moment. This is just fucking bad writing. And let the reverence in his softly spoken admission wash over me. It's obvious to me, for the first time, that he loves his mom. Why then his strained ambivalence towards her? He didn't show ambivalence towards her. He showed indifference and, quite frankly, like a repulsion almost. He wasn't like take or leave.
Best you could argue that he's traumatized by mothers and can't allow himself to show his gratitude in her presence.
Well, it's clear that he
but
never
that's deeper than E.L. James is capable of.
Yeah, no. What she's going for is the implying he never formed connections with his adoptive family because he was too burned out. He couldn't love them. But now the man who could never love has met a woman that he's so deeply in love with and can't explain why. And except that's not love. There are words for that. Again, this is Frank from Criminal Minds. Love is not what he's feeling.
At least in the movies, he's fine with his siblings.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, in the movies, he's like decent around his family. Yeah. In the books, it's very clear that he kind of resents them and like doesn't feel a part of them. Never felt like he was one of them or that they really cared or loved him. You know, he was a charity project, so that's why he never like formed emotional connections. That and his siblings are all clearly the worst, but.
Yeah, in the book, or in the movies, I mean, they come across more as normal
he doesn't even
siblings.
I don't
and
think
he's like the older brother to Mia.
Yeah, he kind of acts like an older brother. He's a little protective. He's like, she's young, and he's like, he eyes off a couple guys at the ball, like, no, you're not dancing with my sister. You want to go, bro? Like, he has the moment.
Brother annoys him, but that's kind of typical.
Yeah, and little brother is annoying. Yeah. That's what little brothers do. That's what they're for. That's why you have one. I gaze at him and, do you want to come aboard? He asks, his eyes bright and excited. Yes, please, I smile. He looks delighted, and grasping my hand, he strides up the small gangplank, taking me aboard. Are you destroying your kitchen or just part of it?
Just part of it.
That's good. If anything's on fire, let me know.
No.
We stand on the deck beneath a rigid canopy. To one side, there's a table in a U-shaped banquette covered in pale blue leather, which must seat at least 8 people. I glance through the sliding doors to the interior cabin and jump, startled when I spy someone in there. Of course, you're taking it out. Of course there's gonna be a crew. A tall blonde man opens the sliding doors and emerges, all tanned, curly-haired, and brown-eyed, wearing a faded pink pink wearing a faded pink short-sleeved polo shirt, shorts, and deck shoes. I'm assuming everything he's wearing is pink from that description. He must be in his early 30s. Mac, Christian beams. Mr. Gray, welcome back. They shake hands. Anastasia, this is Liam McConnell. Liam, my girlfriend. Anastasia Steele. Girlfriend? My inner goddess performs a quick arabesque. She's still grinning over the convertible. I have to get used to this. It's not the first time he said it, but hearing him say it is still a thrill. How do you do? Liam and I shake hands. Call me Mac, he says warmly. I can't place his accent. Welcome aboard, Miss Steele.
Maybe it's one of those mid-Atlantic accents.
Yeah, that might be
from
British.
the middle of the ocean.
Probably. I will say one thing I regret is I have never been introduced as somebody's girlfriend. Anna, please, I mutter, flushing. He has deep brown eyes. How's she shaping up, Mac? Christian interjects quickly. For a moment, I think he's talking about me. Yeah, what? I'm sorry, did you fall down and hit your head on the way here? She's ready to rock and roll, sir. Mac beams. Oh, the boat. The grace. Silly me. I'm sorry, how many beers were at lunch? Let's get underway
then. Massive boat that he's hugely proud of, but he's never sailed.
Apparently he doesn't sail it himself. I'm assuming this guy is the captain.
Yeah, but he just asked him if it was ready to sail. But kind of, I don't know. It gave me the impression like he's never actually been on his boat before.
That's entirely possible.
Yeah.
He's entirely the type who would just own a multi-million-dollar boat because he's a rich douchebag and it's expected that he owns a multi-million-dollar boat. I entirely see that as possible.
It also goes to his naming it after his mother is kind of...
Yeah, like...
empty, shallow.
Exactly, or maybe he was going to give it to her as a present and then just didn't for some reason. You going to take her out? Yep. Christian flashes Mac a wicked grin. Quick tour, Anastasia. Gilligan's Island song, 3-hour tour. I couldn't help it. Yes, please.
If only they could sink in the middle of the sound and everything ends.
Fun fact, if you've ever seen the movie The Green Mile, have you seen? Okay,
long time ago.
Okay, where John Coffey is discovered crying with the two girls.
With the girls?
With the girls, that set where they are exactly standing at that moment is the lagoon from Gilligan's Island, just dried up and many years later. And also Michael Clark Duncan, when he got asked, was it hard to act like you were afraid in that scene? And he was like, I'm a black man with 50 redneck white guys chasing me with shotguns. You think I had to act afraid?
Because they thought I killed the two little white
girls. Yeah. Like, the most unbelievable thing about that movie is that they didn't shoot him on the spot.
That he made it to prison.
Yes! Yes! Thank you! Fucking A, yes! No! In the real world, they blew his head off the second that they... Yes! That's the most unbelievable thing in that movie! It really fucking is! I follow him inside the cabin. An L-shaped cream leather sofa is directly in front of us, and above it a massive curved window offers a panoramic view of the marina. To the left is the kitchen area, very well appointed, all pale wood. This is the main saloon, Callie beside, Christian says, waving his hand in the direction of the kitchen. He takes my hand and leads me through the main cabin. It's surprisingly spacious. The floor is the same pale wood. It looks modern and sleek and has a light, airy feel, but it's all very functional, as if he doesn't spend much time here.
Or
Bathroom
is it's a cat? It's a kitchen
forever.
on a fucking boat.
Yeah, like
It has
seriously.
to be functional, you moron.
Yeah, like space is extremely limited. Like there's so many concerns on a boat. Like yeah, my grandfather actually bought a boat that was big enough that you could actually like sleep overnight on it. He had to get 4 different licenses.
Mm-hmm.
It took him like I think 6 months to a year before he could actually set out with other people on it. Because there's different rules as to taking yourself out. You only need a captain's license and a boat driver's license. Also, way too shocking to too many people to know that yes, there's a license to drive a boat.
Not if you're traveling.
Not it depends, because obviously where I live we get a ton of cross-border tourism and America does not have a boat license. So no, we don't demand one of Americans, but you do have to
Just
show a
tell them you're
driver's
traveling.
license. And you do have to check in once you cross, and there are gigantic, literally 20-foot signs letting you know that you are about to cross into another country. You must proceed to the nearest port of entry and report your entry. We have no problem with you being here, but you have to inform people that you are here. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Like half of them are safety in case you go missing. You know, it would be nice if somebody knew that you actually left American waters and they might want to look for you in Canada. And then, of course, every year there's a percentage of people who just get lost and have no idea that they are in Canada because they have no idea where they are in general, which can happen. There's certain areas within the Great Lakes where it's very, very easy to get really confused and have no clue where you are. Christian points to 2 doors and then opens the small, oddly shaped door directly in front of us and steps in. We're in a plush bedroom. Oh. What is a plush bedroom? It's filled with stuffies? What? It has a king-size cabin bed, an all pale blue linen and pale wood like his bedroom in Escala. Christian obviously chooses a theme and sticks to it. Except that place was described as being entirely white and having nothing in terms of character except for having expensive art all over the walls, but no other decor. Everything was just white. Key. This is the master cabin. He gazes down at me, his eyes glowing. You're the first girl in here. Apart from family, he says. They don't count. Then flesh under his
That
heated
could be interpreted really weird.
I really could. Like, yeah.
Before you, I've only brought my sister down here.
I was
trying.
I was working on like a House Targaryen joke and I flush under his heated stare and my pulse quickens. Really, another first. He pulls me into his arms, his fingers tangling in my hair, and kisses me hard and long. We're both breathless when he pulls away. By the way, if you kiss me until I'm breathless, I'm going to be clawing your face at that point because I'm asthmatic and I know what it's like not to breathe, and you will fucking let go or I will fuck you up. This is what the first boy I ever kissed actually bitched because I can't kiss for like a long time at once because I can't breathe. So I do like little like on off kisses, but still like a lengthy makeout session. He actually complained about this and then like did not get when I'm like, okay, yeah, but if I leave my lips in contact with yours for more than 30 seconds, I'm going to pass out. So I think that's probably going to ruin the mood. This This is like during COVID. I actually was one of those people that legitimately could not wear a mask for more than 20 minutes or I would pass out. And it comes on so goddamn fast. You know, because I did go down in a parking lot once and literally it was a difference of between like I made it about 21 minutes and about 30 seconds and another minute and I would have been in the car and taken it off and been fine. Instead, I dropped to my knees and very nearly passed out in a parking lot. And thank God somebody else was there and like helped me because I was on the ground in a dark parking lot and would have definitely got run over. You know, but I've had that since I was a kid. We used to call it the rule of Halloweens in hospitals. When you're an asthmatic kid, you can't cover your mouth for more than 20 minutes. You're going to pass out because you can't breathe enough through your nose. It's just a fact. And the thing is, though, like suffocation is so insidious. You don't feel it coming until the edges of the world just start going gray and you're down, and then you've got about 30 seconds to either get whatever's on your face off and you can breathe, or you're really going down and you're not getting up. Might have to christen this bed, he whispers against my mouth. Oh, it's C. But not right now. Come, Mac will be casting off. So seriously, you brought her down here. You stick your tongue down her throat. Tell her you want to christen the bed, and then you're like, not in a minute. You drag her back up top. Really?
And a reminder there are other people on the boat.
Yeah, and that your sister's been in this room. I ignore the stab of disappointment as he takes my hand and leads me back through the saloon. Also, who the fuck says saloon? And it SALOON, saloon, okay? That's what it fucking says. Who the fuck says saloon?
People in westerns?
Yeah, but they're on a boat! Where the fuck is the saloon? I live in the middle of like all of the Great Lakes. I grew up with fucking boats. People in my family, like I said, my grandfather retired, and then he bought like cheap boats that were in terrible condition and fixed them up over like 4 or 5 years, and then resold them and bought a bigger one because this is what he did when he retired. After he had renovated every room in the house, and my grandmother was threatening to murder him if he took her house apart again. They started redoing their kitchen. It took like 3 years. And I think it's the closest they've ever come to divorce. But after that, she was like, okay, no more renovating the house. Go get a project somewhere out of this house. Office is in there, and at the front, 2 more cabins. So how many can sleep on board? It's a 6-berth cat. I've only ever had family on board, though. I like to sail alone. But not when you're here. I need to keep an eye on you. That's not creepy at all. He delves into a chest and pulls out a bright red life jacket. Here, putting it over my head, he tightens all the straps. A faint smile playing on his lips. You love strapping me in, don't you? In any form, he says, a salacious grin playing on his lips. You are a pervert. I know. He raises his eyebrows and his grin broadens. My pervert. I whisper. I need to throw up from that line. I need to barf epically from that line. It sounds like something out of To Catch a Predator. Yes, yours. One security grabs the sides of the jacket and kisses me. So now he's got her bound up in something he can grab to control her whole body. Always, he breathes, then releases me before I have a chance to respond. Always. Holy shit. Come. Okay, somebody count how many times in this chapter he's just said come. And we have like, there's another like 5 pages just to this chapter and then a whole other chapter. But this is getting out of hand. And I don't have a come counter on my front page, though I do need to update my front page. This is not up to date. The crimes thing, this is not up to date. I gotta update this. And yes, I know what my scribbling down here actually says. And I wrote that on the first time, the first couple chapters, and what it basically says is that she's becoming so indoctrinated and used to his control that she stopped fighting or resisting him, which is only being more borne out the further we get into this. He grabs my hand and leads me outside, up some steps and onto the upper decks where a small cockpit that houses a big steering wheel and a raised seat. At the prow of the boat is Mac doing something with ropes. Is this where you learned all your rope tricks? I asked Christian innocently. Clove hitches may come in handy, he says, looking at me appraisingly. Miss Steele, you sound so curious. I like you curious. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate what I can do with a rope. He smiles at me and I gaze back impassively as if he's upset me. His face falls. How is looking back impassive, looking like he upset you? Those are not the same things. Gotcha. I grin. This is her idea of playing a joke. And why in the hell would he think that that is like going too far? That's not even close to. This is dumb. His mouth twists and he narrows his eyes. I may have to deal with you later, but not right now. But right now I've got to drive my boat. Oh, so apparently he can drive the boat. He sits at the controls, presses a button, and the engine roars to life. Mac comes scooting back down from the other side of the boat, grinning at me, and jumps down onto the deck below, where he starts to unfasten a rope. Maybe he knows some rope tricks, too. The idea pops unwelcome into my head, and I flush. I'm sorry, is she questioning whether Christian and Mac are fuck buddies? Because she might be.
She probably just doesn't know that sailors on a sailboat have to know rope stuff.
Yeah, like seriously, it's like a very serious, big part of being a sailor is knowing a lot of different rope stuff. Like famously,
tie knots on sails and stuff like that.
Yeah, like famously that scene in Jaws where Quint tosses the rope to the rich guy whose name I don't remember, and is like, tie me this, because he's like, I don't believe you have boating skills. He's like, tie me this knot and I'll let you on my boat. Christian eases the Grace out of her berth and towards the marina entrance. Behind us, a small crowd is gathered on the dockside to watch our departure. Why? Small children.
In a massive marina. There's nothing special about your fucking boat.
No. Small children are waving and I wave back. I'm sorry, was she watching Titanic?
Didn't she say earlier there were like hundreds of boats on the water going in and out?
She also said there are hundreds of boats in the fucking marina. Guess what? Yeah. You don't hang around in a boat on the fucking marina. You get the fuck out of there, or the Coast Guard's going to tell you to fucking move, or we're impounding your boat because you're blocking traffic. Move!
And nobody cares if a boat on a marina is setting sail. It's kind of a normal thing.
Uh-huh. Again, I live in a port city. There's a billion marinas. You don't fuck around in a marina, believe me. It's worse than an airport. It's not a place to screw around. Baby, sail time, Christian says, excited. Here, you take her. Keep her on this course. So he's just handing her the controls of the boat. She doesn't know fuck all. What?
Well, they're still in the marina, like
where she can hit everything. She can hit other like $1 million boats and the actual
not on
docks
open water
or the people in them. Yeah, giving her the controls in open water where there's nothing to fucking hit, fine. But in the marina where you actually have to be able to fucking drive, this is the only part of boating where you have to be able to drive, is getting out of and into the marina. It's the only part that takes any fucking skill, really, in driving a boat, is doing those two things. So yeah, give the person who doesn't know anything, where she could do millions of dollars worth of damage in like 10 seconds. Oh, maybe it's really easy. Hold the wheel and keep your eye on the horizon over the bow. You'll do great. You always do. Based on what? When the sails go up, you'll feel the drag. Just hold her steady. I'll signal like this. He makes a slashing motion across his throat. And you can cut the engines. This button here. He points to a large black button. Understand? Yes. I nod frantically, feeling panicky. Holy cow, I hadn't expected to do anything. How about you tell him no? How about, no, Christian, I don't feel comfortable driving your $1 million boat around all these other $1 million boats in very confined and narrow spaces. Why don't you get us out into open water and then I'll give it a try. I'm going to go pour us some champagne, which I'm sure is on this boat. And then you walk away. He kisses me quickly and then steps off his captain's chair and bounds up the front steps of the boat to join Mac, where he starts unfurling sails, untying ropes, and operating winches and pulleys. They work well together in a team, shouting various nautical terms to each other, while letting the girl who doesn't know what the fuck she is doing drive the boat!
Who navigates the ship normally when those two are doing all that stuff? Does this boat have cruise control or autopilot?
Probably, which are not
it doesn't
things.
Seem to
and
be
cruise
that he needs
control
to
and
go out there and
autopilot
help
won't
Mac.
get you out of the marina. That's not what they're for. They're for maintaining your general heading while you sleep overnight. They're not for actual driving. Perhaps Mac is 50's friend. He doesn't seem to have many, as far as I can tell. I don't have many either. Well, not here in Seattle. The only friend I have is on vacation, sunning herself in St. James, on the west coast of Barbados, with Christian's brother, by the way. Lest we not
Maybe
forget.
Mac is Christian's employee who's being playing nice with his boss.
Exactly. Christian and Mac hoist the mainsail. It bills and billows out as the wind seizes it hungrily and the boat launches suddenly, zipping forward. I feel it through the wheel. Oh. They get to work on the head sail, and I watch fascinated as it flies up the mast. The wind catches it, stretching it taut. Hold her steady, baby, and cut the engines. Christian cries out to me over the wind, motioning me to switch off the engines. I can only just hear his voice, but I nod enthusiastically, gazing at the man I love, all windswept and exhilarated, and bracing himself against the pitch and yaw of the boat. You have not said that you're even out of the marina, and for that to happen, you would have to be in open high seas with high wind and like near storm conditions. So where the fuck do you think you are? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm somebody who grew up around boats. I know my fucking shit. I know water conditions and I know marinas, and this is so much goddamn bullshit that my brain is hurting. Whoa, this boat can move. I stand firm, grasping the wheel, fighting the rudder, and Christian is behind me once more, his hands on mine. What do you think?
Fast.
I know, really.
Wasn't he just like on top of a mast?
I don't know if he was on top of it, but he was definitely hoisting something and
on the other end of the boat.
Really, yeah. You know, but we established when he showed up at the bar to rescue her, he has like teleportation powers. It's the only way he got there in like 5 seconds. Christian, this is fantastic. He beams, grinning from ear to ear. You wait until the spinny's up. Spinny. It's split in half on 2 pages, so I'm not sure if this is even spelled right. He points his chin towards Mac, who's unfurling the spinnaker. Okay, he was using short form. A sail that's dark, rich red, and reminds me of the walls of the playroom. Interesting color, I shout. He gives me a wolfish grin and winks. Oh, it's deliberate. No, it's not.
No shit.
No, it's fucking not. I'm sorry, you don't get to pick. There's rules on boats. Colors have a huge amount of meaning on boats, and you signal by them. Spinny balloons out, a large, odd, elliptical shape, putting the Grace in overdrive. Finding her head, she speeds over the head. Oh, I know what this is now. I know what these are illegal here. We don't have these, which is why I'm like confused. Asymmetrical sail for speed. Christian answers my unanswered question. Yeah, these have been illegal for a very long time, and only an idiot has one. And no, they're not red.
Didn't he also say that the boat was going to drag? Since when does drag mean speed?
They don't.
Because he told her that she would feel the drag on the boat.
He really
All
did.
she said is that the boat is sped up.
It's very fast, and they're going even faster and faster and faster, and still in U.S. continental waters where there are rules. How fast are we going? She's doing 15 knots. I have no idea what that means. It's about 17 miles per hour. Is that all? It feels much faster. Because it is. She's completely wrong about that. She fucked up her conversion somewhere. He squeezes my hand, smiling. You look lovely, Anastasia. It's good to see some color in your cheeks. And not from blushing. You look like you do
Or
in
the
mosaics.
alcohol he gives her all the time.
Yeah, or the roofies. I turn and kiss him. You know how to show a girl a good time, Mr. Gray. We aim to please, Miss Steele. He scoops my hair out of the way and kisses the back of my neck, sending delicious tingles down my spine. I like seeing you happy, he murmurs and tightens his arms around me. Kitty has departed from his box. I've been trying to catch him so I can brush him thoroughly for the last 2 days, but he's on to me, so he keeps running every time I get near him. An hour later, we're anchored in the small, secluded cove off Bainbridge Island. Mac has gone ashore in the inflatable dinghy. For what, I don't know. But I have my suspicion because as soon as Mac starts the outboard engine, Christian grabs my hand and practically drags me into his cabin. A man with a mission. Yeah, any wonder the second that they're alone. Now he stands before me, exuding his intoxicating sensuality, as his deft fingers make quick work of the straps on my life jacket. I also note he's not wearing a life jacket. He tosses it to one side and gazes intently down at me, dark eyes, dilated. That means he's high. I'm already lost and he's barely touched me. He raises my hand to my face and he raises his hand to my face and his fingers move down to my chin, the column of my throat, my sternum, searing me with his touch to the first button of my blue blouse. I want to see you, he breathes and dexterously undoes the button. Bending, he plants a soft kiss on my parted lips, and I'm panting and eager, aroused by the potent combination of his captivating beauty and his raw sensuality in the confines of the cabin and the gentle sway of the boat. He stands back. Strip for me, he whispers, eyes burning. There is my response to somebody saying that.
Now we're ripping off True Lies.
I haven't seen it. Oh my. Excuse me. Oh my. I'm not getting any better at that. That's the best that it gets. I'm only too happy to comply, not taking my eyes off his. I slowly undo each button, savoring his scorching gaze. Oh, this is heady stuff. I see his desire. It's evident on his face and elsewhere. I let my shirt fall to the floor and reach for the buttons on my jeans. Stop, he orders. Sit. Again with talking to her like she's Sasha.
I'm way nicer than to Sasha.
I'm willing to bet Sasha would only do it if you're holding a hamburger. She has her pride.
Mm-hmm. Also, I treat her with more respect than Kristen treats us. I don't want to say girlfriend, but fuck puppets, whatever the hell he thinks of them.
Fuck dolls.
Mm-hmm.
I sit down on the edge of the bed, and in one fluid movement, he's on his knees in front of me, undoing the laces of first one, then the other sneaker, pulling each off, followed by my socks. He picks up my left foot, raising it, plants a soft kiss on the pad of my big toe, and then grazes his teeth against it. I swear Ildim's secretly putting in some stuff for the foot fetishes because Maxim had a huge shoe thing. Ah! It's pain sound, so I'm doing pain sound. I moan as I feel the effect in my groin. He stands up in one smooth move, holds his hand out to me, and pulls me up off the bed. Continue, he says, and stands back to watch me. I
So
mean,
he interrupted her stripping so he could bite the bottom of her foot.
yes.
And that was a turn on for her. Okay.
For both of them, apparently. I ease the zipper of my jeans down and hook my thumbs in the waistband as I sashay to the as I sashay. Then, sorry, this is bad. This is bad writing. There needs to be more grammar. I know fuck all about grammar, and I'm telling somebody they need more grammar. Like, I was so bad at grammar because of my dyslexia. I was exempt from that in school. I never got graded on it. Well, when I had a teacher who didn't want to get fired. And yeah, my mom had to go a few rounds a couple times. Because I had a fucking IEP, and then I'd run into idiot English teachers that are like, oh, I don't believe in dyslexia, so I'm not going to obey what the literal fucking law is telling me I need to obey when it comes to, like, being your teacher. I.e. that I cannot mark you down for things that are due to a learning disability. But I choose not to believe in that because I'm a bastard. So I'm going to fail a person with a literally documented, legally recognized learning disability, even though I have an order in place saying you can't judge me for that. No, I'm still going to, like, literally publicly humiliate a girl with a learning disability and risk my career because I'm so fucking stupid that I need to make a point over this. Like, I don't know why. Some teachers are great. I had good teachers, but I also had teachers who were not only burnouts, but violent fucking loser assholes who should never have been allowed around children. And at least one of whom we really did think escaped from a mental institution. She once took a boy's hands and put them directly on her breasts to make a point. In front of the entire class. I mean, you know, she was great creatively, but total whack job. I don't know if it's because he's made love to me this morning, and I mean really made love to me. In that scene we didn't see, apparently it was intense. Gently.
Much like their lunch conversation.
Yeah. And oh no, this is going the other way. This is proving E.L. James didn't know how to write this, and that's why she skipped it. I mean, really made love to me. Gently, sweetly. Or if it was his impassioned declaration, yes, I do. So apparently he's capable of having, like, gentle, slow, sensual, consensual sex with her, but we just didn't see it.
Like I said, that's like their lunch conversation.
I know.
He could open up and have a decent conversation, but God forbid your readers get to read any of it.
But I don't feel embarrassed at all. I want to be sexy for this man. He deserves sexy.
No, he doesn't.
No, he makes me feel sexy. Okay, it's
he
new to
deserves
me.
15 to 20.
Yes, I'm learning under his expert tutelage. Then again, so much is new to him too. It balances the seesaw between us a little, I think. I could spend a year just breaking down that paragraph. 1, no, he doesn't deserve sexy. 2, the fact that he makes you feel sexy means you need deeply intense help. And the fact that you're saying you're learning under his expert tutelage, so you've now given up all free will. This is the point where she broke. This scene is where she no longer is a functioning human being. She's fully Patty Hearst after this. Because clearly she's just stopped trying to even think for herself or want anything for herself. And just whatever he does or says or tells her to do is the best possible option and all she could possibly want. I maintain
also
this.
indicates she's never been in any form of an adult relationship.
Well, she said that. She said that herself, that no, she hasn't.
No, I mean like an adult, any friendship,
even with
anything.
friends?
She's never been in like any adult type of relationship. She's a child.
Look at how even her friend Kate treats her.
Yeah.
Kate constantly tells her what to do too. That's the thing. Yeah. Kate constantly tells her what to do too. Like, she's surrounded
I
by
mean, so
people
did her
who
mother. Her mother told her to
so
go
did her
fuck this
mother.
guy because he's
Yep.
a billionaire.
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
I mean,
Everybody around her, like, it just tells her what to do, so she's not used to having autonomy
this for
committing
her is the
girlhood.
normal.
Yeah. And he's just the guy to take full advantage because he recognized what he could do to her. I'm wearing some of my new underwear, a white lacy thong and matching bra, a designer piece with a price tag to match. I step out of
Which is
my
probably
jeans,
still on it.
probably, and stand there for him in the lingerie he's paid for. But I no longer feel cheap. I feel his.
Because you bought and paid for.
Exactly. Which is,
That makes you his.
yes,
Kinda.
it really does. Reaching behind, I unhook my bra, sliding the straps down my arms, and drop it to the top of my blouse. Slowly, I slip my panties off, letting them fall to my ankles, and step out of them, surprised by my grace. From taking standing
It's not
before
grace,
him,
that's gravity.
it really is. I'm naked and unashamed, and I know it's because he loves me. I no longer have to hide. Hide what? And you weren't. You were just uninterested before. That's not hiding. He says nothing, just gazes at me. All I see is his desire, his adoration, even, and something else. The depth of his need, the depth of his love for me. He reaches down, lifts the hem of his cream colored sweater, and pulls it over his head, followed by his t shirt, revealing his chest. Never taking his bold gray eyes off mine. His shoes and socks follow before he grasps the bottom of his jeans. The button of his jeans. Excuse me for a second. I thought that was really dumb. Reaching over, I whisper, "Let me." His lips pause briefly in O shape, and he smiles. Be my guest. I step towards him, slip my fearless fingers inside the waistband of his jeans, and tug so he's forced to take a step closer to me. He gasps involuntarily at my unexpected audacity, then smiles down at me. I undo the button, but before I unzip him, I let my fingers wander, tracing his erection through the soft denim. He flexes his hips into my palm and closes his eyes briefly, relishing my touch. You're getting so bold, Anna. So brave. No, she's not. This is like teenager at a party. This is not a grown woman. He whispers and clasps my face with both his hands, bending to kiss me deeply. I put my hands on his hips, half to cool his skin, and half on his cool skin and half on the low slung waistband of his jeans. So are you, I murmur against his lips as my thumbs rub slow circles on his skin, and he smiles. Getting there. I move my hands to the front of his jeans and pull down the zipper. My intrepid fingers move through his pubic hair to his erection, and I grasp him tightly. He makes a low sound in his throat, his sweet breath washing over me. He kisses me again lovingly as my hand moves over him, around him, stroking him, squeezing him tightly. He puts his arms around me, his right hand flat against the middle of my back, and his fingers spread. His left hand in my hair, holding me to his mouth. Stop grabbing by the hair. It's never a good idea. Oh,
At
I
least he's
want
not
you.
braiding it this time.
Yeah, for real though. He breathes and steps back suddenly to remove his jeans and boxers in one swift, agile move. I would like to have seen them show this on camera because I fucking dare you because what you just said isn't possible. He's a fine, fine sight, in or out of clothes. Every inch of him. He's perfect. His beauty is desecrated only by his scars, I think sadly, and they run so much deeper than his skin. What's wrong, Anna? He murmurs and gently strokes my cheek with his knuckles. Nothing. Love me. Now. Because that's romantic. His words do what they always do inflame my blood, quickened my pulse, and he trails his nose down my throat across my breasts, kissing me reverently as he does. You're so beautiful, he murmurs, and takes one of my nipples in his mouth and softly sucks. I moan as my body bows off the bed. Let me hear you, baby. His hand trails down to my waist, and I glory in the feel of his touch, skin to skin, his hungry mouth at my breasts and his skilled long fingers caressing and stroking me, cherishing me, moving over my hips, over my behind, and down my leg to my knee, and all the time he's kissing and suckling at my breasts. Grasping my knee, he suddenly hitches my leg up, curling it over his hips, making me gasp, and I feel rather than see his responding grin against my skin. He rolls over so I'm astride him and hands me a foil packet. I shift back, taking him in my hands. I just can't resist him in all his glory. I bend and kiss him, taking him in my mouth. I'm gonna die. 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 I'm reading this really fast so I don't puke. I'm taking him in my mouth, swirling my tongue around him and sucking hard. He groans and flexes his hips so that he's deeper in my mouth. He tastes good. I want him inside me. I sit up and gaze at him. He's breathing, mouth open, wanting me intently. Hurriedly, I tear open the condom and unroll it over him. He holds out his hands for me. I take one with my other hand, positioning myself over him, and then slowly claim him as mine. He groans low in his throat, closing his eyes. The feel of him in me, stretching me, fulfilling me. I moan softly. It's divine. He places his hands on my hips and moves me up and down and pushes into me. Oh, it's so good. Notice anytime he puts her on top, he immediately grabs her hips and takes full control of her body anyway, so that she doesn't actually move of her own accord, but rather he moves her. Like, literally, every time she's on top, she just turns into a literal fuck doll because she stops moving of her own accord and just lets him move and use her body without any input from her. Oh, baby, he whispers, and suddenly sits up so we're nose to nose, and the sensation is extraordinary. So full. I gasp, grabbing his upper arms as he clasps my head in his hands and gazes into my eyes. His intense gray. His, his intense and gray, burning with desire. Oh, Anna, what you make me feel. He murmurs and kisses me passionately with fervent ardor. I kiss him back, dizzy with the delicious feeling of him buried deep inside me. Oh, I love you, I murmur. He groans as if pained to hear my words, and rolls over, taking me with him without breaking our precious contact, so that I'm laying beneath him. I wrap my legs around his waist. That would be hard to do. He stares. The gentle sway of the boat and the peace of the tranquility of the cabin are broken by our mingled breaths as he slowly moves in and out of me. So controlled and so good. It's heavenly. He puts his arm over my head, his hand on my hair, and he caresses my face with the other as he bends to kiss me. I'm cocooned by him as he loves me, slowly moving in and out, savoring me. I touch him, sticking to the boundaries, his arms, his hair, his lower back, his beautiful behind, and my breathing accelerates as his steady rhythm pushes me higher and higher. He's kissing my mouth, my chin, my jaw, then nibbling my ear. I hear his staccato breaths with each gentle thrust of his body. My body starts to quiver. Oh, this feeling that I now know so well. I'm so close. Oh, that's right, baby. Give it up for me. Please, Anna, he murmurs. His words are my undoing. Christian, I call out, and he groans as we both come together. And she's still spelling it wrong at the end of chapter 9. End of chapter. We're halfway there. But I do gotta grab some water, so I will be right back, and I leave Sasha to entertain everybody. Sasha, if you could show everyone all of your toys one by one and tell us what they're called and what you love about them, that would be great. I'll be right back with some water. Oh, and I
Yeah, I think
remind
she's a little more
everyone,
interested in sleeping at the foot of the couch.
that too. She had a long day.
Yep, she did.
But I
She
won't
came
take
very,
this
very close to catching a rabbit.
Aw, good girl.
Mm-hmm.
I remind everyone we still have ducks on offer and handcuffs available for the next chapter if anyone would like to see me locked up. And seriously, the marks I have on my wrist are so faded, it's like pathetic. It's really like worrisome because I like seeing them there. I'll be right back. Where the hell is my phone? Puppy, where's my phone? Did you take it? Did you? Did you steal my phone? No, not this time. All right, go back to sleep. Where's my phone? Okay, found my phone. And a
Crisis
puppy.
averted.
Hi. Hi. Come here. Hi. Sasha, I got a friend for you. He loves to run, just like you. He'll run around you in circles while he waits for you to catch up. If he ever saw a rabbit, he would question what it is and probably hide behind me while trying to get a sniff. But once he figured out that they were for chasing, it would be on. I mean,
Would he ever
granted,
catch? What would he do if he caught one?
He wouldn't. Once he got close, he'd back up and run back to me to make sure I knew that he got close, and then he'd run circles around the rabbit while saying, catch up, come on, hurry up. You're too slow, come on. He really is capable of going about Mach 5. Like, he runs so fast, he does that sideways lean thing that greyhounds on a racetrack do.
Yeah.
He really does. Like, he fucking flies when he gets going. If he's got an open field and enough room, my God. You'll be amazed how fast the tiny little thing can go. Yes, that's when you're just the happiest dog in the entire world. Yes, when I'm running, and then I'm running, and then I'm running some more, and then there's more running, and then there's running, and I can go faster, and run. I can just run forever. And I'm so happy. And then I'm going to eat all the dandelions because I like them. But only if they're puffy. He has rules. He doesn't want them if they're still yellow, but once they turn into the puff balls that you make a wish on, then he's coming for dinner. And he will eat the stems and even the leaves, but not the roots. But absolutely yes, I have the puppiness! Excuse me. Okay. Chapter 10. Mac will be back soon, he murmurs. My eyes flicker open and meet his soft gray gaze. Lord, his eyes are an amazing color, especially here out on the sea, reflecting the light bouncing off the water through the small portholes into the cabin. As much as I'd like to lie here with you all afternoon, he'll need a hand with the dinghy. Leaning over, Christian kisses me tenderly. Anastasia, you look so beautiful right now. All mussed up and sexy. Makes me want you more. He smiles and rises from the bed, and I lie on my stomach admiring the view. You aren't so bad yourself, Captain. I smack my lips in admiration and he grins. I'm not sure he is the captain.
Still, that's more Mac.
I agree. Yeah. I watch him move about the cabin as he dresses, this man who has just made such sweet love to me again. No, he didn't. I can hardly believe my good fortune, and I can't quite believe that he's mine. He sits down beside me to put on his shoes. Captain, eh? He says dryly. Well, I'm master of this vessel. That's not as funny as she thinks it is. I cock my head to one side. You're master of my heart, Mr. Gray. Oh! Yep, I'm with you. I'm sorry. That is a vomit-inducing line. That is so worthy of being thrown up on.
He actually should punish her for that.
Yeah, he really, yes. He really should. That is 50 spanks at least. I've been told by some I have high tolerances. Actually, a dominatrix tell me, or not a dom, I'm the dominatrix. Duh. I had a dom tell me that that spanking me was a quote pain in the ass because I only get going after about 200. I was like, hey, you knew the rules.
And seems to be that it was not a pain in the ass.
Yeah. I was like, hey, I said I can take it with whatever you want to give it. You are the one who chose a paddle that does not do that much. Okay, do it with a belt if you want to get me hotter faster. He shakes his head incredulously and bends to kiss me. I'll be on deck. There's a shower in the bathroom if you want one. Do you need anything? A drink? Because he knows it's been about 6 hours, so the rupees he gave her at breakfast are wearing off. He asks salaciously, and all I can do is grin at him. Is this the same man? The same 50? Yes, why in the fuck? He's not acting any. You're an idiot. What? He says, reacting to my stupid grin. You? What about me? Who are you, and what have you done with Christian? His lips twitch with a sad smile. He's not acting any fucking differently than he has at any other fucking point in time. Not even a little bit.
Well, he did ask if she wanted a drink instead of informing her that she needed to drink.
This is true.
Not substantially different, but
not really, no.
At least E.L. James managed to phrase it differently for once.
That could have been thesaurus.com. Wait, did I skip a page?
If you did, you don't need to go back.
I didn't. I really didn't. It's early evening as Christian, his hands still on mine, steers us into the marina. There are lights winking from the boats reflecting off the dark water, but it's still light. A balmy, bright evening, an overture for what's sure to be a spectacular sunset. A crowd gathers on the dockside as Christian slowly turns the boat around in a relatively small space. That's not a thing lightly done. You should really let, the captain person do that. He does it with ease and reverses smoothly onto the same berth we left earlier. Mac jumps on the dock and ties the Grace securely to a bollard. Back again, Christian murmurs. Thank you, I murmur shyly. That was a perfect afternoon. Christian grins. I thought so too. Perhaps we can enroll you in sailing school so we can go out for a few days, just the two of us. I'd love that. We can christen the bedroom again and again. So if you really just want to go out and fuck, hire a captain to take you out so you can just go below deck and fuck.
It's pretty much what they did. They just sent this guy off the boat.
Yes, they just literally dropped anchor somewhere and told him to go ashore for a few hours so they can fuck. Seriously. Ugh. Thank you, I murmur shyly. That was a perfect afternoon. I thought she dances too, blah blah. Come, the apartment is clean. We can go back. What about our things at the hotel? Taylor's already collected
got
them.
Him.
Yep, you're right. Yep. That is the answer to everything. Oh, when? Earlier today, after he did a sweep of the Grace with his team. Christian answers my unspoken question. Does that poor man ever sleep? He sleeps. Christian kirks an eyebrow at me, puzzled. He's just doing his job, Anastasia, which he's very good at. Jason is a real find. Jason? Jason Taylor? I thought Taylor was his first name. Jason. It suits him. Solid, reliable. For some reason, it makes me smile. I also point out the guy who played Taylor in the movies, in the unit that he's most known for, his name is Mac. You're fond of Taylor, Christian says, eyeing me with speculation. Well, that's the end of Taylor.
Taylor's now going to go find himself buried with the 10 missing women.
Yeah, or that. That too. Because how dare she even notice that another man is a man? Because I am that fucking insecure. Not to be confused with self-loathing for anyone who wants to bitch about what I said earlier for him not having any. He doesn't have any self-loathing. That does not mean he's not insecure as fuck. Those are two different things. Read a book.
I'm just surprised E.L. James thought enough to give Taylor a first name.
Really? I know. Because in the movie he doesn't
have
a
first name.
This
will probably be the only ever time it's mentioned.
Yeah, it will be. 100%. I bet you anything right now. I bet you 5 ducks. Christian is almost pouting, sulky. Jeez, he's such a child sometimes. Sometimes! Yeah. I think Taylor looks after you very well. That's why I like him. He seems kind, reliable, and loyal. He has
For
an
a hired mercenary.
Yeah, that's definitely what he is. He has an avuncular appeal to me. Avuncular? Yes. Okay, avuncular. I'm not going to Google what that means, and I can't remember precisely right now. She definitely thesaurus.com that shit. It's probably not even the appropriate word if I'm even half remembering what it means correctly. Christian is testing the word and meaning. I laugh. Oh, Christian, grow up for heaven's sake. That was right. He doesn't strangle her right there. His mouth drops open, surprised by my outburst. Then he frowns as if considering my statement. I'm trying, he says eventually. So he has some awareness that he is an immature, spoiled brat.
Avuncular is means an uncle.
Means what?
Relating to an uncle.
That's really what it means?
Yes. I just Googled it.
Yeah.
Relating to the relationship between men and their siblings' children.
So she's saying Taylor is like his uncle?
Yes.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't have any uncles who would do background checks and make exes disappear for me. Or break into people's homes. At least I don't think I do. I've never asked them.
I got one uncle who literally never left home, one who left home at 19 and never looked back. He's actually a rather famous filmmaker out in BC. I've met him literally the only time I have ever laid eyes on this man is when he flew in the middle of the night for my mother's funeral. We bumped into each other in the hallway while he was massively jet lagged, and I'm not sure he knew who I was. We said hi to each other and then awkwardly stepped around each other, and that's the only time I've ever in my life seen one of my uncles. Because he moved out to BC like 15 years before I was born and never came back. Yeah, it tells you something about my family that my grandparents had 5 kids, all of whom, the second they were legally old enough, ran from home and ran as far away as they could and never came back. My other uncle was a self-made master of the universe douchebag who lost the only things I had left of my mother, and recently, when dealing with my grandfather's passing, emailed with me enough to deal with the legal shit that took like a year and a half and finally ended, but is supposed to be looking for a few mementos from my grandparents, some of which I gave them and I want back. And yet I emailed him after the legal stuff had cleared. I've emailed him twice now asking if he's had any luck finding the specific things that I asked for. And guess what? No reply. Which is exactly what I fucking expected, because he had my mom's things for 3 years and I left him over 55 messages asking for them back over 3 years. And then again, we ran into each other because there was a family funeral, at which point he and his wife both gave conflicting statements about what happened to my mother's things, but the gist was they were gone. So, not surprised that I will never see the things from my grandfather that I asked for after being asked if I wanted anything. It's not like I asked for anything big. I didn't ask for a car. I asked for literally like 2 paintings that I made for them that I would like back, and a little music box that they used to have. That's it. But I guarantee you I'm never going to hear from him again in my life. Completely lost my place. Thanks, Mac. Christian shakes McConnell's hand and steps on the dock. Always a pleasure, Mr. Gray. And goodbye. Anna, great to meet you. I shake his hand shyly. He must know what Christian and I were up to on the boat while he went ashore. Well, duh! You don't actually have to put a sock on the doorknob, like...
He was literally kicked off the boat
Yes!
so his boss could fuck his girlfriend.
Yes!
I don't think he was that confused about the situation.
No! And I'm sure Christian gave him a couple $100 and was like, go have a good time. Be back here at this time. There you go. Good day, Mac, and thank you. He grins at me and winks, making me flush. Christian takes my hand. He knows. Of course he fucking... Also, do we think that Christian cleaned up the condom or the wrapper or made the bed or anything? Hell no.
That would be her job.
Christian takes my hand and we walk up the dock to the marina's promenade. Where's Mac from? I ask, curious about his accent. Ireland. Northern Ireland. Christian corrects himself. If that's a subtle, like, fucking nod to some shit, go fuck yourself so hard by correcting that he's from Northern Ireland. Go get bent. You do not. But this is why she shouldn't have gotten into human trafficking in the other book, because don't. Is he your friend? Mac? He works for me. Helped build the Grace. So apparently this guy has boat building skills. You have many friends? He frowns. Not really. Doing what I do, I don't cultivate friendships. There's only... He stops, his frown deepening, and I know he was going to mention Mrs. Robinson. Hungry? He asks, and I'm trying to change the subject. This is the third time in like 10 pages that we're having a food conversation. We'll eat where I left the car. Come. I'm starting... this is about to sound terrible. Nobody clipped this. Mark isn't here, so you can't do it. I'm starting a come counter, as in all the times. This is going to include other things. Come, sit, and stay. Every time he commands her like a dog, I'm officially starting a category, and I'm going to retroactivate because I'm sure it's up to about 90 already, and I can't take it anymore. I need ducks, okay? I need ducks. There should be a pantheon right here of ducks, so I can look at the ducks and not have to focus on the stupid book, stupid sexual abuse story, and there can be ducks, and I can name them, and they're cute, and I can pet them when I want to scream at things.
You are allowed to open the bag of ducks.
Not until somebody buys a duck.
Okay.
I made stupid rules for myself, and I will stupid follow them.
Stupid follow your stupid rules all you want.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sasha understands.
No, she doesn't. She's like, open the fucking bag of ducks.
To eat a duck. It's just because she wants to chew on them.
They'd probably squeak.
They do. So she would be a very happy girl. But I'm also afraid that they're small enough that they'd go down her throat. They're only about this big. So let me just show off for future generations. Here's the bag of ducks. On of the ducks. So they can join us, and like I said, I will keep the Pantheon stocked. I will keep track of what ducks get drawn out of the bag, because we're going until all the ducks are up. And I'm not going to change it every week. Once they're up, they stay up, and it'll be permanent until all the ducks are out. Next to SP's is a small Italian bistro called Bees. It reminds me of a place in Portland. A few tables and booths, the decor very crisp and modern, with a large black and white photograph of a turn-of-the-century fiesta serving as a mural. Christian and I are seated in a booth pouring... Oh, there's just a straight-up typo. Straight-up typo. Pouring over the menu. And sipping delicious light Frascati? There's got to be some kind of brand of something that I don't know. Frascati. When I glance up from the menu, having made my choice, Christian is gazing at me speculatively.
Why does he let her have a menu?
I know, like, really. He's going to order for her anyway. Oi, stupidess. fluffy dose of this. Keyboard. You look lovely, Anastasia. The outdoors agrees with you. I flush. I feel rather windburned, to tell the truth, but I had a lovely afternoon. A perfect afternoon. Thank you. He smiles, his eyes warm. My pleasure, he murmurs. Can I ask you something? And decide on a fact-finding mission. Anything, Anastasia, you know that, except anything that pisses him off.
Oh, she can ask, he just won't answer.
Yeah, that's definitely it. He cocks his head to one side, looking delicious. You don't seem to have many friends. Why is that? I feel like she's asked this like 5 times already. He shrugs and frowns. I told
He's
you.
an emotionally closed off, psychotic asshole.
Thank you! Thank you!
They
Like,
don't
since
tend to
the
be the
day...
life of the party.
No, thank you. Since the day I started school, I literally had one best friend every year, and that was it, and that was all I fucking wanted. And I got told my entire childhood that I need to be more fucking social. Well, I didn't know the word sociopath yet. I did before I was like 8 years old. And you better believe I wanted to scream at my goddamn family, I'm a fucking sociopath. I don't want friends. Leave me the hell alone. But I broke up with my last therapist after telling him that I believed I was a sociopath and I wanted to be tested. And he, like a complete fucking jagoff, laughed at the idea without actually considering it. And I then realized he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about because it was way over his head. And that was the end of my having a therapist. Even though I've known for like the last 7 years I need to be back in therapy. Good luck fucking getting one. I mean, without having to pay for it. If you can pay for it, you can get tomorrow. But getting an actual psychiatrist qualified for somebody at my level, I'd be surprised if there are 3 in the entire country right now. And good luck getting on them, because the average psychiatrist who just got out of school yesterday and doesn't know fuck about shit and shouldn't be anywhere near anybody like me has like a 5-year waiting list already. And for those out there who don't seem to get it and think that, well, any therapy is better than no therapy, no. You are stupid. Never say that again.
The wrong therapy can fuck you up even worse.
The wrong therapy can fuck you up even worse, and this is how therapists themselves, as well as their patients, wind up getting hurt. And I sometimes mean that quite literally. Like, I mean stabbings and shootings occur when bad therapy takes place. Especially when therapists who are inexperienced or young, or just that's not their area of expertise, try to take on patients that they shouldn't. And yes, they end up doing a lot more fucking harm than good, and it can turn violent. Like, that is why I have said no to certain therapists in my past, where, like, my last therapist I went through 7 therapists in his same office. They were a big group of them. I went through 7 of them. And the guy who ran the place was about ready to get rid of me after I told him, like, for the 6th or 7th time that no, the therapist I had one session with this week, this is the 5th one from your idiot practice, is not the person for me, because the following is wrong with them / our relationship / our ability to have one / their knowledge of something. And believe me, I had to yell at this guy who is, at the time, he's dead now, but he was one of the top 4 in the entire world for what he did. And I had to go punching rounds with him for 6 weeks, justifying that whoever he set me up with wasn't the right person, but that somebody else would be, and I wasn't actually the problem. Their inexperience was. And it was only because, again, he was one of the top 4 in the entire fucking world to understand my disorders and people on my level of complexity that he stuck it out with me for more than 2 months and let me run through half his office before finding a therapist I thought was reasonably decent that I could work with. And who was actually qualified. Because you better believe I read everybody's credentials, and then literally, you'd be amazed what you can find on the internet. Did you know you can find out where people went to med school and if they ever failed out or changed hospitals and internships or residency and why? Yes, you can. It takes some doing, but it's out there. And then tell that to a therapist on their first meeting, that you know where they went to med school and their like class grades and how often they switched majors. You will get some reactions, trust me. A great way to find out if they actually have any confidence in themselves, because if they do, they will answer you. If they don't, they'll get very nervous and leave the room. And on that lovely note, I was in the middle of reading what? Something about him not having friends, which is overrated. There's my general consensus on having more than like 1 or 2 close friends. It's fucking overrated, and it's for people who are shallow and insecure, so they constantly have a stream of other idiot people to tell them they're great, even though they're probably useless, worthless idiots. I tend to find the more friends you have, the more useless and stupid you tend to be. I told you I don't really have time. I have business associates, though that's very different from friendship, I suppose. Not for some people. I have my family, and that's it. Apart from Elena. Okay, don't single out your abusive mistress in front of your girlfriend. I ignored the mention of the bitch troll. Oh, we're getting spicy. No male friends your own age that you can go out with and let off steam. Would you really want to know what that entails? If he had male friends to go out and let off steam with, there'd be a body count in the morning.
Also, his idea of letting off steam is locking a woman in a room and beating her.
Yes! Which tends to be a very solo activity.
Down with that.
Well, also, it tends to be a very solitary moment because it's deeply intimate and sexual for him. So he's not going to want another couple of idiots as an audience. It'd be like jerking off in front of your friends. I'm not saying guys don't have contests doing that. I've seen videos and shut up, but ew. You know how I like
Plus,
to
in
let
his
up.
situation, they wouldn't be friends. They would be co-defendants.
Absolutely.
Because there would be some fucking felonies.
Yep. You know how I like to let off steam, Anastasia. Kristen's mouth twists. See, even he knows. Yeah. He knows.
He is self-aware.
To a degree, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've been working, building up the business. He looks puzzled. That's all I do. Except sail and fly occasionally. So I do understand from his point of view. Yeah, he dropped out of college when he was probably like 22, 23. So he's only had this business, which also, by the way, says that he dropped out of college at like 22, 23 years old.
You usually graduate from college before then.
Okay, I'm a little off on age. He said he dropped out in year 2, so that makes him 21.
Would you go to college around 18? So he would have been about 20 if he graduated here. Or if he dropped out after second year.
Okay, here you're usually late 19 to 20 if you're going to college, so a little bit later.
Okay.
So let's just
I
say
was 17 20... when I started college, so my years are actually on the younger end.
Christ, girl. You skipped a few grades for sure.
No, it was just a cutoff thing.
Oh.
I was just the youngest kid in all of my classes, but yeah, I turned 18 after I had moved out of state to go to college.
Oh wow. Okay, so let's split the difference. Let's say he's 21 when he dropped out of college. So he's 27 now. So he has built his entire business from the ground up and is now a billionaire with a global presence, and he's done this in about 5.5 to 6 years. So I can't actually understand.
Not because he invented anything or created any technology.
No, he did
started
not.
Off by buying and stripping companies and
he was Richard
investing
Gere
in random locations in Africa.
And then invested in other technologies with his profits. And he's done all this in about 5 to 6 years. So I actually can say he is justified in saying I didn't have time for friends.
Yeah.
I can give him that one. He's got a point there. That one point. I'm pouring the last of my wine, and I wish I had another bottle because I need it. And it's Labor Day weekend, so I can't even
I would say somebody probably gave him a shit ton of startup money.
I think he said he took his college money unknown to his parents and invested it instead of going to college.
That's still a shit ton of money.
It was like $100,000. He said it was like $100,000.
I'm guessing Mrs. Robinson probably gave him a couple million.
No, he actually said that she didn't because she got screwed over in her divorce and had no money. That's why he lent her money to start the salon business. Which also means her salon business, which apparently is very well and thriving, has only been around for like a max of like 3 years.
Yeah. E.L. James does not math.
She does not math because he would have had to he said he had to lend her the money because she got divorced and her husband like basically left her with nothing. So he had to give her the money to start the salon, and that's why they're business partners, even though he was purely silent investor with the money. He had nothing to do with it.
I believe in the movie, at least, the husband dumped her and left her with nothing because he found out she was fucking and torturing a 15-year-old.
Yes.
And he took exception to that.
In the end of the movie, because her ex-husband is like somehow involved in a weird way. It's not fully explained, but her ex-husband is somehow involved in the kidnapping and beating of Anastasia, and it's implied in like a creepy moment that she was really in on it as well, even though she gets away with it.
I don't remember that in the movie. In the movie, they bump into each other and have an awkward greeting in an airport.
Yes.
But that's the only time you see the guy or hear about him.
It's implied. It's in the final, like, it's literally done in flashes for like 5 seconds, and you have to put it together in your head, but it's there.
Okay.
At least in the movie. I don't know if the book bears... Again, I never finished the third book. So when we get to that, in about like the rest of this book and then like 10 chapters, I'm blind after that point. I don't know how the third one ends. I don't know if she was really involved in the books or if the movies just implied that to give it like more weight, because the people who are the bad guys in the movies are stupid and pointless, and they don't feel like the bad guys, and you don't even remember who one of them is because she's been gone for an entire movie. So I don't know if in the book it's revealed that Mrs. Robinson was more prominent. Maybe it was. She would have made a much better villain than what they went with. Maybe the movies changed some things. I don't know. We'll get there. It'll be blind. I'll spit wine at the screen at some point, I'm sure. What would you like to eat? He asked, changing the subject again. I'm going for the risotto. Risotto is something I still gotta try sometime. Never had risotto, but it sounds really good. Good choice. Christian summons the waiter, putting an end to that conversation. After we've placed our order, I shift uncomfortably in my seat, staring at my knotted fingers. If he's in a talking mood, I need to take advantage. I have to talk to him about his expectations, about his, needs. You're picking now. Why is this a problem now? This is so much manufactured conflict. I glance up at him into his concerned face. Tell me, he says more forcefully, and his concern evolves into anger, fear, I don't know. I take a deep breath. I'm just worried that this isn't enough for you. You know, to let off steam. His jaw tenses and his eyes harden. Have I given you any indication this isn't enough? Yes, several times! No. Then why do you think that? Because you constantly told her that, and she knows what your stupid contract says, and that's what you really want, and she thinks you're just biding your time to soften her into it, and she's entirely fucking right. I know what you're like. What you need. I stutter. He closes his eyes and rubs his forehead with his long fingers. What do I have to do? His voice is ominously soft, as if he's angry. My heart sinks. Yeah, this is when you stand up and leave the restaurant, or you stand up and go to the bathroom or something. But when your boyfriend's voice turns ominously quiet and you're near a marina that you just arrived on by boat, yeah, I'm running for my life. No, you misunderstand. You've been amazing, and I know it's just been a few days, but I hope I'm not forcing you to be someone you're not. She immediately turns to, like, groveling on her knees. This might make me puke more than the blowjob scene. I'm still me, Anastasia, in all my 50 shades of fuck-uppedness. Yes, I have to fight the urge to be controlling. When? I call bullshit. When?
He did let her have a menu at this meal. That's fighting the urge to be controlling.
No, I want proof, okay? If you're going to say he's been fighting the urge to be controlling because he's trying to be more like a normal boyfriend to her, then I need his goddamn point of view. And I know she wrote a whole book series from his point of view, and we'll get to it. So shut up if it's in there. People in the comments, shut the fuck up if it's in there. She wrote that years later after massive backlash and was still too stupid to not make him not a psychopath. It was only 4 years later and she was still vehemently defending him, so I can only imagine what the hell is in those books that I will discover. But no, he has not been fighting his controlling goddamn bullshit, or he would have seen some proof of it, such as him saying, we'll both have the clam chowder, and then he checks himself and says, excuse me, I'm not sure about that, and then actually asked her what she fucking wants, and she orders something different, and he backs her, and it's okay. That's him challenging his controlling behavior. Not, as my learned colleague says, she didn't even have a menu at this meal.
I thought she got one at the dinner. She said they were pouring misspelled over the menu.
Where was that? Yeah, no, she had one, but she also was like, she also said like it didn't matter what she wanted, that he was just going to order for her anyway.
But she got to look at a menu.
He did look at a menu. This time
there
she
you go.
Not,
there's your proof.
True. Okay, so that's him not being controlling, that he let her look at a menu, but then still order for both of the menu.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm surprised he doesn't get her the little paper placemats with the crayons. But he would probably do the maze for her.
And the plastic bib with the lobster.
But yeah, that's gross. Yes. He let her take her own clothes off.
Oh, yeah, and with those buttons, you know, she could have injured herself.
Granted, he had to do her shoes.
Mm-hmm.
But she did get to look at a menu.
Mm-hmm.
And he did say he was fighting the urge. He did not say he was succeeding in any way, shape, or form. He said, I'm fighting it. I'm losing. It's kicking my ass. But I fight it.
You were evil right for that. Yeah, he only said he was trying and didn't say he was succeeding. Oh my god. Okay, I need ducks. After we placed our order and then talking to him, what's wrong? No, you misunderstand. You've been amazing, blah, blah. I know it's only been a few days. I hope I'm not forcing you to be someone you're not. I'm still me, Anastasia, and all my 50 shades of fuck up, and I just fight the urge to control you. But that's my nature, how I've dealt with my life. And that's true. I can give that one. That is how he is. That's the fucking thing. This is somebody who was severely abused when they were a very young and vulnerable age, and it informed them psychologically to the point where there are things that no, he cannot change. That is how he is. That's how he's programmed to be. Okay, I was left unsupervised on the internet from a very young age, and guess what? It informed the way I experience sex. I never had a normal relationship. I've never had normal sex my entire life. Guess what? I don't want to. I'm not saying that's normal or okay, but I'm saying I had a fucked up upbringing, and that was the result of it, and it ain't gonna change. I'm 37 years old. You treat me like sweet and gentle with all this lovey-dovey, like, gentle stroking and oh I love you baby shit, I'm gonna throw you the fuck out of my house and tell you to come back when you're ready to get some, because that's useless bullshit to me. That is not sexy to me. That is weak and stupid and simping, and I want you the fuck away from me. That's not normal or right, and I know that, but that's who I am, and it's not going to change, because people who grow up fucked up are fucked up, and they stay that way. And if you're smart, you embrace it and you make it work for you. Because if you try to fight it, those are the people who end up slitting their wrists, I swear to God. Accept who the fuck you are. It ain't going to change. You can moderate, you can control your darker impulses, but past a certain age, your sexuality is defined for better or worse. It ain't going to change. So enjoy what you enjoy as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Problem with him is he does hurt other people frequently. And he gets away with it because he's rich and powerful and protected and oh so good looking. That's the problem with Christian Grey. If he kept it consensual with other partners, I would shut my fucking mouth. But he clearly doesn't. Okay, I've done very fucked up kinky shit worse than in this book, but guess what? It was consensual. And I've been on both the giving and the receiving end, so... But I have thrown people the hell out of my apartment for trying to be too fucking loving-dovey, or breaking my rules, or expecting a mistress-sub relationship to be something more than it is. Guy showed up with fucking flowers once. I slammed the door in his face.
And unfortunately, that was just a delivery guy on Valentine's Day who had the wrong address.
No, it was a guy I'd had sessions with before. I told him because he started making with the lovey-dovey talk and, oh, I like you so much and you're so special and, oh, you're so different from my wife. Shut up. A, we were not having sex because this was a BDSM relationship that was non-sexual. So we're not having sex. And he kept hinting for sex, which I made very clear don't fucking do. That's not the relationship. Fuck off. Get out of my apartment. And then he shows up with flowers and like some idiot being like, oh, I really like you and I want to like be with you. Get the fuck. There's a reason I slammed the door in his face and I never answered his text ever again. I made it very goddamn clear and he didn't want to hear it. So sorry you wasted money on flowers I didn't even like.
Bring them home to your wife.
Exactly. Maybe she'll let you get some for once. I also had a sub once quit on me because, no joke, he's a guy who just literally just liked to get whipped and beaten. No sexual for him, not for me. But that's what he liked, and I was more than willing to provide for my own reasons. Except he was like, well, my wife is like extremely conservative. She comes from like a Mormon family. So I can't have any bruises or marks or she'll know that I'm effectively cheating on her, even though like I'm not sleeping with this guy. It is a form of cheating. I'm not, in this context, it was. Because he was looking for a sexual release that his wife wouldn't give him because she was very conservative and she wouldn't do anything that wasn't missionary, basically. And he was incredibly kinky and liked to be dominated and liked to be whipped and caned, etc. He liked pain. And that got him off, even with my not actually touching him with anything other than a whip, which is fine. Except his wife wouldn't do it, which is why he went to dominatrixes like me. But it was like, oh, you can't leave any marks on me because if my wife sees any marks, she'll know that I'm like cheating on her again. And I'm like,
then
how
many
times has she caught you? I'm like, no, how many times has she caught you? And he was like 7. He's like, but she always swears she's going to leave me. She's not going to leave you, you dumbass, cuckold idiot. She's not going to leave you. She's caught you 7 times? And she knows you're not actually having sex with these other women, that they're literally just beating you? She's not going to leave, you dumbass. But we had a really good session where I asked him multiple times, am I going too hard? Do you want me to stop? Because I'm always well informed. I keep communication. We had a really good session. He had a good time. Guess what? It left bruises. Guess what? He had the fucking dumbass capacity to call me up and try to go at me, even though he's the most submissive person I've ever met. He tried to fucking have a go at me because his wife noticed the bruises and he wants to blame me and yell at me because his wife is yelling at him? Not a chance in fucking hell. I will fucking burn to death on Mars before you fucking come at me with your goddamn problem because you can't handle your own shit. Never, ever, ever, ever make your fucking problem my problem. I did what you wanted, what you asked me for. You liked it and had a very good time. I'm sorry you're married to a fucking prude and you don't have the balls to stand up to her and say either you can do it, honey, or I'm going to get mine on the side, but shut the fuck up because you're clearly not going anywhere. Like, honestly, if adults could just act like fucking adults and have blunt goddamn conversations about reality and the fact that you're not going anywhere because life is life. Like, seriously. There'd be less murders if people could just fucking talk in real grown-up ways about that kind of shit. You're not going anywhere. We have a life together. Guess what? Monday and Wednesday, I'm going out to my mistress because she's going to get me laid in the way that I want to get laid, which you won't do. And we don't have a sexual relationship, so that's how it's going to be. But we have the good rest of the life together, so shut up about this point. Like, seriously, people need to act like adults. You're not going to have perfection. You make it work. Like, I know couples that haven't had sex with each other in 20 years, but they both have a lot of sex. Guess what? They still live together and raise the kids, and they left each other alone to do their own thing. And everybody got along and it was fine. That's a grown up goddamn relationship. And don't fucking blame me for giving you what you asked for. Wait, did I miss? Where am I? It's how I've dealt with my life. Yes, I expect you to behave in certain ways, and when you don't, it's both challenging and refreshing. But we still do what I like. You let me spank you after your outrageous bid yesterday. He smiles fondly at the memory. That was 2 days ago, by the way. Because I spent the entire day yesterday on the boat, and then so it's 2 days. He smiles fondly at the memory. I enjoy punishing you. I don't think the urge will ever go, but I'm trying. And it's not as hard as I thought it would be. I squirm in flesh remembering our illicit tryst in his childhood bedroom. I don't mind that, I whisper, smiling shyly. That was way too vague a statement. I know, but his lips curl in a reluctant smile. Neither did I. But let me tell you, Anastasia, this is all new to me, and these last few days have been the best of my life. I don't want to change anything, except for everything that she's done that you don't like. He's gotten mad at her like 4 times. Like, yes, there's things you change. So you don't want to take me into your playroom. He swallows and pales, all traces of humor gone. No, I don't. He's lying his ass off. Like, seriously, he
Well, he
marries her and
does,
then
but she dumped him for it, so
yeah.
more like she doesn't want to go into the playroom.
I know. I know, and I swear, he's just working her back into it. I swear. Oh, God. Why not? I whisper. It's not the answer I expected. And yes, there it is, that little pinch of disappointment. So, this is what I hate the most. This is what I hate the most. That she's supposed to be adamantly against the playroom, and it doesn't appeal to her because she is not a natural born submissive, nor is she made by circumstances a submissive. She is not kinky. She is not into BDSM. She didn't know what it was before she met him. And yet the book keeps hinting that there is some part of her that is unfulfilled and has secretly been longing to be abused and beaten and raped her entire life, and that he's able to meet this need. If only she can let herself acknowledge that this is something she needs and it's okay. Except it's not even as clever as what I just said, because it just makes her seem like she's been an abuse victim her entire life, which is bared out if you actually play out her backstory in your head. And that he is just another line of men who will abuse and degrade her because that's all she's been expected to, all she's been groomed to expect from life, from her mother's like 5 failed marriages. And no doubt her mom, like, she watched men treat her mother her whole life, and
her mom told her to go fuck a billionaire.
And her mom told her, hey, yeah, he's rich. Go ride that dick, honey. Doesn't matter if he makes you cry all the time or he's not emotional. So what? He's rich. Go jump on that dick. Her mother literally told her, don't even come back to my house and get your stuff. Just go up the elevator and jump right on that cock, girl, because he's got money. So that is the entirety of her mother, which makes perfect sense from what you knew before. The last time you were in there, you left me, he says quietly. I will shy away from anything that can make you leave me again. For now. This is only for now. He's playing the mid game. This is just him luring her into the entrapment of marriage because in his mind, and he even says this later, that once he puts a ring on it, he owns her forever and she can never get away. So that's when he reintroduces the red room, because now I own you. So now I can make you do what I want because you can't leave me because I put a ring on it and I literally own you.
Well, she also gives him a lot of mixed signals.
Oh, God, yes.
I'm going to leave you for the red room. Why won't you take me to the red room?
True. Also true.
Because you dumped me last time.
Yeah, like, also fair point. Yeah. Like, again, this is why she doesn't know what she wants, and her wanting it goes back and forth and back and forth and back.
Not to defend him, but she doesn't
No,
help
but
because she's completely mixed signals.
Yeah.
And she's
It
like, you don't
hardly
owe me, but you can buy me a car, you can buy my wardrobe, you can buy my entire life,
You can
but don't
buy
think that
the
your money
company
means
I have to
anything to
work
me. You can
for.
buy me a company to work for,
Yes, the company is still the work.
but your money doesn't mean anything to me.
No, and I'm not interested in you for your
Yeah.
money or what you can do for my
Yeah.
life, even though I've grown up poor and virtually destitute my whole life because my
Yeah.
flake mother keeps like investing in all these scams and we never had any money. And you know, we live in a trailer park and she's been married 5 times.
Yeah.
So no, the money is not, you know, and
Yeah.
I'm the literal like dependent roommate of my rich friend, and the only reason I have anywhere to live is because she likes me and lets me live there for free in a condo their parents bought her.
And the only reason she has a job is because the guy she's fucking buys a company and gives her a job. I mean, she's supposed to be virtuous and, oh, I don't want the money and stuff, but it's like, no, but if you look what the character
No,
actually
but she
does,
wants a life of the money.
She takes the fucking money every time.
No, and that's the thing, and somebody, I can't remember who, but I've watched several reviews of the series from people like psychologically going into it, and there is an actual phenomenon of it's a writer's trope of basically how to make somebody who is being showered with wealth and gifts still seem innocent is to have them reject those gifts or feel unworthy or like reluctant to accept them, but they're being forced on them. They just have to. Like he forced you to take the Audi car keys. You had no choice. It's a stupid writer's trope. It's a stupid writer's trick to try and have someone be both virtuous and humble while having them enjoy the princess fairy tale fantasy.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but those don't go together. Even if you look at all the Disney princesses, they are in fact quite arrogant on their own right. The only one who gets away with this is Sleeping Beauty because she doesn't exist in her own story.
And Cinderella, although Cinderella was not technically a princess,
she was
not looking for a guy. She just wanted to go to a fucking party.
She just wanted to go to a party and live her own life. Yep.
Yeah.
Cinderella is still the like badass queen of the original princesses because she's the only one who saves her own damn self. Yeah. She gets herself
and in the
out
movie
of that
Ever
attic
After,
room.
She saves him.
Yes, Ever After is the best version of Cinderella ever. Ever.
Like, anything I can carry? Okay.
Yeah, I choose him. Yep. That is such a badass movie. It is a fucking underrated badass movie. It's to this day the best version of Cinderella. Though I do give a note of you tried to do something new and it worked. For Amazon's version of Cinderella, I forget, they had a very famous leading Spanish lady, can't remember her name, in the titles, but they did like what they did was they knew they were telling like the story for the billionth time. It's the one that has James Corden as a mouse in it. The mouse were obnoxious, but if you look at the real story of the character, the woman who plays Cinderella, and of the stepmother, they focused on that. They added like a humanity to it that I didn't know you could, and they told a really honest, just a fucking this is life and this is the truth and this is honest version of Cinderella that I didn't expect, and it was surprisingly really good.
Well, and Ever After, Angelica Houston was good too with the stepmom because
Prince,
you kind of get that
fucking rockin'
You know, she actually kind of loved her husband, and then he turned to his daughter when he died. That was the trigger that made her hate.
That's the thing. You can tell she
Cinderella.
was in love.
Yeah, and she got rejected the moment he died, so that was the bitterness.
Yeah.
But I will say this for even the animated version, and I have never read the Grimm's fairy tales because that apparently is fucked up shit. But even for the animated Disney version that's sanitized and everything, she was not looking for a prince.
No, she was
didn't look for anybody to save her. She wasn't really even interested in being saved. She just wanted to go to a ball. You know? She just wanted to get dressed up and have a night out. She just happened to meet a prince while she was there.
She just wanted to be treated the same as the other two sisters for one night.
Yeah.
For one night.
The other princesses, even with Sleeping Beauty, they were rescued by a prince and they wanted a prince. And, you know, even Sleeping Beauty, she met him in the forest.
Snow White are non-consensual, but...
Yeah. But Cinderella is really the only one where she had no interest in the guy.
No.
She was looking for a guy.
Badass in her own right.
Just she made a dress for herself and wanted to go have a party. So that's why I always like Cinderella.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah, Ever After, Drew Barrymore was just amazing in that.
Phenomenal. And also just the story. It is the best interpretation of Cinderella fucking ever.
Yeah. And spoiler alert, she saves her own ass at the end.
Yes.
He shows up like 10 minutes too late after she's been like, I will split you from navel till nose if you don't let me go.
Yes. Okay. And he's like, I'm coming to rescue you?
Yeah. And she's walking out the door like, what are you doing?
He's like, I also love Da Vinci's line of, yes, I shall go down in history as the man who opened the door. Because that's actually a reference to his own goddamn.
Yeah. And even the stepsisters in that I thought were good.
They're not
like the one who was like, I'm just here for the food, mother.
Yes, the one who's like kind of nice to her and like
the
sees that her mother's evil, but she's also kind of trapped in a way because the mother's abusive to her as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the mom only likes the skinny, pretty one.
Yeah, the mom like dismisses
well, what I know,
her.
Mother, I'm just here for the food.
I'm not here. And I love that she hooks up with the horse carriage guy. I love that she gets hers with him because they're so sweet.
And they're both dressed as a horse at the ball or something like that.
It's so cute. They're adorable together. Yeah, like that's why that movie is so the best.
Okay, enough about good quality stuff. Go back to reading
we got 10 pages left.
Okay, good.
10 pages that you can cuddle in bed with a puppy. But I expect her to get ear scritches and belly rubs.
No, she's already been getting ear scratches. She gets belly rubs in the morning. She doesn't like them the rest of the time.
Oh, okay. Well, Sasha, I respect your right of bodily autonomy to only accept belly rubs.
Really, just in the morning when I'm getting up, and she's like, then she's rolling around in the bed. But that's the time she's like, yeah, fine, whatever.
Well, she's just making sure the bed smells more like her than you when you leave it. This is important. What if the rabbits get into the house?
No.
Because she knows they're plotting to take over her space. No, she hears them when she's sleeping. Does she ever wake up and bark at the same time?
I don't know. I don't know if I've noticed her do that.
Bo's done that a couple of times where literally he'll be dead asleep and then his head will pop and bark, and then he'll like come out a few steps and be like looking around and like he'll look at me and be like, bark? like I swear there was something there.
Yeah.
It was right there. Where'd it go? Okay, cuddle me. Because I don't smell it. But there was something right there. I behave in a certain way. If you know it's challenging, you still do what I like to. You let me spank you after your outrageous bid yesterday. He smiles fondly at the memory. I enjoy punishing you. I don't think the urge will ever go, but I'm trying. It's not as hard as I thought it would be. I squirm.
That's what she said.
Yeah, really. Absolutely. Well, also his dick is this big, I swear. I know. His lips curl in a reluctant smile. Neither did I, but let me tell you, Anastasia, this is all new to me, and these last few days have been the best in my life. I don't want to change anything. That's such a lie. They've been the best in my life, too, without exception. I murmur, and his smile broadens. My inner goddess nods frantically in agreement and nudges me hard. Okay. So you don't want to take me into your playroom? He swallows and pales, all traces of humor gone. No, I don't. Why not? I whisper. This is not the answer I expected. This is not the answer he expected either! And yes, there it is, little pinch of disappointment. My inner goddess stomps off pouting, her arms crossed like an angry toddler's. Stop with the child references, it's fucking creepy in a sex book. I will say, I'm writing a sex book, and one thing I haven't done is infantilize either of my characters or have anybody referred to as baby, a toddler, a whiny brat, or throwing a bet! No, I did take out something that I hated. Now I can actually continue writing. The last time we were in there, you left me, he says quietly. I will shy away from anything that can make you leave me again. I was devastated when you left. I explained that. I never want to feel like that again. I've told you how I feel. His gray eyes are wide and intense with sincerity. But it hardly seems fair. It can't be very relaxing for you to be constantly concerned about how I feel. Oh God, imagine having to be concerned about how your partner feels. You've made all these changes for me, and I think I should reciprocate in some way. I don't know. Maybe try some role playing games. Honey, I'm a dark mistress at role playing games. You ain't fit for form. Get out of my way. I stutter, and my face is crimson as the walls of the playroom. Why is this so hard to talk about? Because you're ignorant and stupid and sheltered. I've done all manner of kinky fuckery with this man. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. I read every sex scene they had. No, I would say there is no manner of kinky fuckery. Granted, I'm a PhD level at kinky fuckery, but they ain't done fucking shit that would even make me fucking blush if it was happening at a BDSM night in a bar where I happen to be in attendance and watching on full display. I would not bat an eye and would literally be looking around the room for something more kinky to enjoy because they are way too vanilla, even in their so-called kinky context, for me to get any enjoyment or pleasure out of. Yes, I went to such a party. I was 14 and they did not cards. Fuck them. And that was a BDSM party that literally rented out a bar, a local bar, for the evening to have a BDSM night. And they were supposed to card everybody. But if you showed up in BDSM gear, you got like $10 off the door prize. I both didn't have ID as I was only 14 and was not dressed in BDSM gear, but I was there with 4 other people. We arrived as a group. And we got in without being carded, and we still got the discount, even though none of us were actually dressed in BDSM gear. I offered to, but the person who was hosting wouldn't let me because I was in fact underage and he didn't want to multiply the felonies if we got caught, basically. I'm not sure if there's an actual charge for transporting a minor outside of their city for the purposes of sex, because he did pick me up and take me 4 hours away so I could go to this weekend. And, you know, the only reason I was allowed to do that, because my mother didn't know the right questions to ask. And I'm not lying. I didn't lie to her at all. Because obviously, being 14, I needed permission to leave, like, the house / the city for the entire weekend. And I had to come up with something to tell her, right? I didn't lie one bit. She just didn't know what to ask me. So she thought I was going to something completely acceptable instead of what I was actually going to because she didn't know what to ask me. But I had my mother's full permission and consent to go off on this weekend. Which is how I later explained it to a friend of mine. Because she accused me of having lied to my mother because she was there too. And apparently knew that I was up to no good and that there was much deeper evils and like sexualism to this weekend. But apparently, even though she was sitting in the room while my mother failed to ask me the right questions to stop me from going on this weekend, years later, when I asked her why, if she knew that I was not being entirely forthcoming and that I was involved on an illicit sex weekend, and that's why I was trying to like get permission to leave the city, basically, I was like, why didn't you tell my mother on me? And she said, like, well, she was your mother and she wasn't asking, so I didn't think it was my place. What? I'm sorry, so you knew the 14-year-old daughter of your friend of the last 5 years who you frequently babysat for up to 6 months at a time, and I lived with you frequently when she was in the hospital. You knew that I was going off for like an abusive sex weekend. And you knew my mom didn't know that because you were hearing the whole thing and you didn't say anything? What? Sorry, what? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, just clear my throat.
That confuses me to this day. Like, you were in the room and you knew and you didn't say anything? Really? Because, oh, it's not my place because you're not my child. Yet you're my mom's literal best friend and you know this is going on and I'm getting away with it and you say nothing. Uh-huh. The last time we were in there, that hardly seems fair. Wait, I missed. Where am I?
It doesn't matter. You can pick up someplace completely random and nobody would tell the difference with the way this book is quote unquote written.
Gone is carefree Christian, his eyes wider now with alarm, and it's gut-wrenching. Baby, it's only been one weekend, he continues. Give us some time. I thought a great deal about us last week when you left me. We need time. You need to trust me, and I you. Maybe in time we can indulge, but I like how you are now. I like seeing you this happy, this relaxed and carefree, knowing that I had something to do with it. I've never... He stops and runs his hand through his hair. We have to walk before we can run. Suddenly he smirks. What's so funny? Flynn. He says that all the time. I never thought I'd be quoting him. A Flynnism. Christian laughs. Exactly. Oh, so your therapist gave like one piece of actual advice. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, if I went through that for a few days, those would be the best days of my life too. I can totally admit that. And breathe an inward sigh of relief as he starts quizzing me about places I've been. It's a short discussion since I've never been anywhere except the continental United States. Christian, on the other hand, has traveled the world. We slip into an easier, happy conversation, talking about all the places he's visited. After our tasty and filling meal, Christian drives back to Escala, with Eve Cassidy's gentle, sweet voice singing over the speakers. It allows me a peaceful interlude in which to think. I've had a mind-blowing day. Dr. Green, our shower, Christian's admission, making love at the hotel and on the boat, buying a car. Even Christian himself has been so different. Also, doing all of these things in one day, like, it's not even logistically possible. It's as if he's letting go of something or rediscovering something, I don't know which. Who knew he could be so sweet? Did he? I didn't, because we didn't see any of that. When I glance at him, he too looks lost in thought, and it strikes me that he's never really had an adolescence. A normal one, anyway. I shake my head. The word you're looking for is childhood. Adolescence, he actually had a pretty normal one. Even being a violent fuck, there's a percentage of teenagers that's just how they are. Like, I can say, I didn't kill anyone as a teenager, but I certainly understood the impulse. As we get closer to home, he starts radiating tension until it becomes palpable. He scans the sidewalk and side alleys, his eyes darting everywhere, and I know he's looking for Layla. Ghost girl. I start looking too. Every young brunette is a suspect, but we don't see her. When he pulls into the garage, his mouth is set in a terse, grim line. I wonder why we come back here if he's going to be so wary and uptight. Also, good point. Why the hell is he coming back to, like, his apartment, which is the place she knows the best? Literally, they could be on a plane to Australia right now and, like, you know, go like fucking like live in a fucking like Australian mansion for 6 months while the police deal with Layla. Like, seriously. He has no reason to come back to this place if he thinks that it's compromised and it's a place she obviously can get into and hide out in. Why is he bringing her back here as opposed to literally anywhere else on planet Earth?
Well, how shit is Taylor and his security? He lives in the penthouse.
Yeah, yes.
There's only one fucking access to it.
And it takes
but she still manages to sneak in?
It takes a key. It takes access. We've proven Christian had to take out a key card to access the penthouse because it's customized. Only he can go there because he owns it. And yet somehow, and then hit out in the...
I mean, it should be like basically Fort Knox in a penthouse.
Yes. Yeah, whereas at least in the Mr. series, she at least made a running theme that Maxim forgets to turn his security system on.
Yeah.
So that's why people could break into his place repeatedly, because he just forgets to set the alarm because he's so rich and affluent and whatever.
But at least in the movie, there's like one elevator and it opens into his living room.
It does! It does! It's a private elevator!
Yeah.
He comes to open my door. The defiled Audi is gone. He comes to open my door as Christian pulls in beside the SUV. Hello, Sawyer, I murmur in greeting. Miss Steele. He nods. Mr. Gray. No sign? Christian asks. No, sir. Christian nods and grasps my hand and heads for the elevator. I know his brain is working overtime. He's distracted. Once we're inside, he turns to me. You're not allowed out of here alone. You understand? He snaps. Really? So as they're getting in the elevator to go up to his penthouse, he
tells her, you are not allowed to leave.
Yeah. So he's effectively, I'm putting a bookmark and I'm getting a pen because I'm adding to the kidnapping. Here's all the
false imprisonment.
Relevant. Yes, this is kidnapping. I'm turning to the first page. Where's my pen? There's my pen. There's my pen. I got pen. Here it is. I'm getting the page. Yeah, I'm adding to his kidnapping score. Fucking-lutely. I'm adding to the beating score too because I didn't mark down when he fucking slapped her on the ass in public. And apparently nobody in downtown Seattle took their fucking camera phone out to like document most recognizable billionaire local idiot Christian Grey physically abducting a screaming woman and physically beating her on the ass in a downtown public street. Nobody whipped out their phone to record that at all. Okay. Jeez, keep your hair on. Which is such a British phrase. I know that phrase. Keep your hair on is an excessively British phrase. It's also really old. So the fact that it's in this book. But his attitude makes me smile. I want to hug myself. This man, all domineering and short with me. I know. I marvel that I would have found it so threatening only a week ago. Or so ago when he spoke to me this way.
What the
I'm
fuck
sorry,
does that mean?
I'm reading it as is.
Oh, I know.
I marvel that I would have found it so threatening only a week ago or so ago when he spoke to me this way. And that's because he's brainwashed you to think it's acceptable instead of the incredibly offensive bullshit that it is. This is
Sometimes I think E.L. James is not a good writer.
This is his coping mechanism. He's stressed about Layla. He loves me. He wants to protect me. What's so funny, he murmurs, a hint of amusement in his expression. You are? Me? Miss Steele? Why am I funny? He pouts. Christian pouting is hot.
Funny because I'm making excuses and justifying your behavior in my head because I'm fucking brainwashed.
Uh-huh.
Or psychologically traumatized by you.
She's Patty Hearst at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pout. Why? He's even more amused. Because it has the same effect on me as I have on you when I do this. I bite my lip deliberately. He raises his eyebrows, surprised and pleased at the same time. Really? He pouts again and leans down to give me a swift, chaste kiss. Stop using the word chaste, okay? Shut up. I raise my lips to meet his, and in the nanosecond when our lips touch, the nature of the kiss changes. Wildfire spreading through my veins. Excuse me. From this intimate. I need to vacuum. I am not dealing with hiccups right now. I also need to vacuum out the top of my head. As our tongues thrash against each other, and I know if the confines of the elevator. I'm seriously having freaking hiccups that need to stop it. Thank you, Sasha. Holy shit, I want him here now. The elevator pings to a halt and the doors slide open. And Christian drags his face from mine, his hips still pinning me to the wall, his erection digging into me. Whoa, he murmurs, panting. Whoa, I mirror him, dragging a wholesome breath into my lungs. Wholesome breath? Shut up. He gazes at me, eyes blazing. What do you do to me, Anna? He traces my lower lip with his thumb. Out of the corner of my eye, Taylor steps backward so he's no longer in my line of sight. Oh my god! Like, yeah, my boss made fuck her in the elevator and I'm stuck in the hallway, so I'll just lean back so she doesn't see me so I don't spoil the mood. Ah!
Poor Taylor.
I think he's got like
He's just like walking by the elevator
doing
doing his own shit, and his boss opens it up, and his boss is fucking his girlfriend. She's not here, guys.
Oh my god, we gotta 8 more pages. Really fast. Taylor's still in the foyer waiting discreetly for it. No, wait, I missed a line. Out of the corner, I reached up and kissed Christian on the corner of his beautifully sculpted mouth. What you do to me, Christian? He steps back and takes my hand, his eyes darker now, hooded. This is like the 19th time she said his eyes have darkened. He's not the goddamn vampire character, you stupid ass bitch! Get rid of this fucking shit! Come, he orders. I'm gonna take a whole other page and start a dog tally. I swear to God, because I'm gonna need a whole page for it. I'm gonna find a blank page. The books always have blank pages in them. I'm gonna find one and do a dog tally, because just these 2 chapters, I'm like at 35 already with the dog commands.
You think of it as a dog command? I think of it as like the CUM version. I think he's just demanding she come right on the spot.
Probably.
Yeah.
Taylor's still in the foyer, waiting discreetly for us.
Poor Taylor.
Good evening. I feel bad for him. Good evening, Taylor, Christian says cordially. Mr. Steele, Miss Gray, or Miss Steele, other way around. I don't give a fuck. It's late and I'm tired. I was Mrs. Taylor yesterday. I grin at Taylor, who flushes. There's a nice ring to it, Miss Steele, Taylor says matter-of-factly. I thought so too. Christian tightens his hold on my hand, scowling. If you two have
God
quite
forbid she
finished...
joke with another guy.
Seriously! I'd like a debriefing. He glares at Taylor, who now looks uncomfortable, and I cringe inwardly. I have overstepped the mark. She didn't do anything. She's saying she overstepped 50's mark because he doesn't want her literally in the same hemisphere as another male, because that's how insecure he is, because he knows that if another guy actually treated her decent for 2 seconds, she'd see what a fucked up sadist, abusive ass clown he is, and she would not only leave him, but given this is America, sue him into oblivion for $1 billion, and if she really had the fucking balls, press criminal charges. That's why he doesn't want her around other men, so he might see that they are all better specimens of the species than he is. Sorry, I mouth at Taylor, who shrugs and smiles kindly before I turn to follow Christian. Yeah, he's seen this before. I'll be with you shortly. I just want a word with Miss Steele, Christian says to Taylor, and I know I'm in trouble. Pick up something heavy and hit him in the head with it right now. Christian leads me to his bedroom and closes the door. Don't flirt with the staff, Anastasia, he scolds. Fuck you. Fuck you right here. Fuck you and spin on it, loser ass clown with a 1-inch dick. You're that fucking insecure. Get bent, loser idiot.
She wasn't even like flirting with him. She was just joking with him.
Yes.
There's a difference.
Being a person. Oh, goodbye, carefree Christian. I'm sorry, I mutter and stare down at my fingers. He hasn't made me feel like a child all day. But now he has, and this, again, she's accepting this. We've hit the point where she's accepting all of his bullshit. She has crossed the line that to be with him means being treated like garbage, means being infantilized, means being constantly scolded, means being constantly under threat of violent abuse, means being constantly ready for whatever kind of sex, however violent or painful he wants to give her, and that she's never allowed to even acknowledge that other men exist on planet Earth. And that he makes all her decisions for her, whether it's clothes, sex, food, or anything. He makes all the decisions and she's just expected to say yes, sir, and suck his dick whenever he wants. And that's it. Like, she's accepting her role as a basic piece of furniture. You know, it's what House said to Cameron when she was like, why did you hire me? And he's like, because you're pretty. And she's like, you wanted to get in my pants? And he's like, no, you're pretty. You're like having a nice piece of art in the lobby. Except that this is sexual. But basically the idea is the same. You know, only House was less of a pervert. He openly admitted his love of hookers and drugs. Oh, how they got away with the shipwreck one, I'll still never know. Somebody bribed somebody. You don't have to be jealous, Christian. I'm gonna die at this line. This page, this is the first page to burn. She says, and I quote, "You have no reason to be jealous, Christian. You own me, body and soul."
First part's definitely true.
Okay, part of me just died. Part of me just officially died. I'm going off camera for a second so I can imbibe in something that YouTube doesn't like. I'll be back in 1 second.
She's gonna smoke pot, YouTube.
Shut your face.
No. He's totally getting high off camera. Wait, Sasha. That's what she's doing.
And then there were none. He blinks as if he's finding this fact hard to process, then leans down and kisses me quickly, but with none of the passion we experienced a moment ago in the elevator. Ding ding. I won't be long. Make yourself at home, he says sulkily and turns, leaving me standing in his bedroom, dazed and confused. The roofies are really kicking in. Why on earth is he jealous of Taylor? I shake my head in disbelief. Glancing at the alarm clock, I notice it's just after 8. I decide to get my clothes ready for work. I head upstairs to my room and open the walk-in closet. It's empty. All the clothes have gone. Oh no. Christian's taken me at my word and disposed of the clothes. Shit.
No, they're probably downstairs in his closet or something.
No. Also no.
I was hoping for like some pathetic attempt at growth.
No. He never changes. That's the thing. Book pretends that he changes, and he doesn't.
I was hoping.
My subconscious glares at me. Well, that would be you and your big mouth.
You cannot see your subconscious.
No, you can't. Why did he take me at my word? My mother's advice comes back to haunt me. Men are so lateral, darling.
Literal?
No, it says lateral.
I don't think that's the right word.
It does. It said L-I-T-E-R-A.
No, I'm not judging you. I'm saying.
Thank you. But yes.
I don't think E.O. James is supposed to use the word lateral.
It probably should have been lateral, but it says literal.
No, it should say literal.
I think it does.
Okay. L-I-T?
L-I-T-E-R-A-L.
Yeah, that's literal.
Oh.
Lateral would be L-A-T.
Oh, that's wine and dyslexia there for you.
Okay.
Men are so literal.
I was more than
darling.
willing to believe E.L. James wrote
I'm
that
sure
men are lateral.
it would work either way, really. I pout, staring at the empty space. There were some lovely clothes, too, like the silver dress I wore to the ball. I wondered disconsolately. Is that even a real word? I wondered.
No.
Disconsolately.
I feel like she was going for like unconsolably or something,
I
but
think, yeah.
disconsolately? Solidly?
I
don't
don't
know.
think it's a real word.
I'm too tired to try to figure out what E.L. James meant to type.
Wait a
The woman
minute.
can't
What's going on?
can't spell cum.
She can't spell cum. We'll always remember. A woman who can't spell cum. There's the bar. The iPad is gone. Where's my Mac? Oh no. My first uncharitable thought is that Layla may have stolen them. I fly back downstairs and back into Christian's bedroom. On the bedside table are my Mac, iPad, and my backpack. It's all here. I open the walk-in closet. My clothes are here. All of
Told
them.
you?
Yeah, literally, he just moved her stuff into his room, but didn't tell her.
Yeah,
Sharing
well, that's what I
space with
said earlier. I was expecting her stuff to. Although, why did she not notice her backpack and her laptop were next to the bed
Since
she
when
was
does
just
she have a
staring at?
backpack? This is a working woman post college. Why does she have a backpack? Taylor thinks Layla was getting through the emergency stairwell. She must have had a key. All the locks have been changed now, because he can change the locks in the general building. Because he no doubt owns the building. He owns the building. I have no doubt.
But emergency doors tend to have alarms, so as soon as you open them.
Like, again, she didn't think about this. It makes no sense, and she would have been better just saying nothing. She's evading all our attempts.
Saying Layla came down the chimney.
She really would have. She's evading all our attempts to find her when she needs help. He's frowning. My earlier pique vanishes, and I put my arms around him, folding him into my embrace. He kisses my hair. What will you do when you find her? I ask.
I would love if this is actually Taylor. She's doing this.
I know. That would be so much better. Really? Like there's a chart by the like Puget Sound waters of where he buried the others. He's like, there's space here. Dr. Flynn has a place. That sounds so. Given that I don't think this person is an actual therapist. What about her husband? He's washed his hands of her.
On the movie, Layla's husband died, and that triggered her being bonkers.
Yes, it did. So I'm really confused now. Her family's in Connecticut. I think she's very much on her own out here. That's sad. And also, he would have known her family estrangement and bullshit from back when she was his sub, because we know he has those military grade CIA dossiers on all of his subs.
And you know he's such a control freak, he keeps tabs on them after they leave.
Absolutely. And her being estranged from her family would have made her all the more perfect choice for him, because she has no safety, security, stability. So yeah, she would have been able to be all the more like, that's the thing. He wants these women to worship and be devoted to him, but then the second that they actually become his full subs and are fully compliant, and therefore he doesn't have a reason to punish them anymore, which is all he cares about, that's when he gets bored with them and throws them away after he's completely enslaved them mentally to him and his rules. He literally just walks in one day and says, I'm bored with you. You can leave now. I'm done with you. I never want to see you again. Person who is emotionally and psychologically enslaved to me, that I have taken months to erase your natural personality and replace it with somebody who literally only craves my approval, affection, and my dick. And now I'm going to deny you all of that and throw you away and tell you I'm never going to see you again.
But again, he's such a control freak, he probably doesn't stop keeping tabs on them.
He definitely keeps tabs on them.
I'm sure Taylor still monitors them.
I'm sure he checks on the burial sites at least once a month.
Yeah.
But no, he doesn't give a flying fuck about any of them. But now he's got someone that, like you said, she's such an unmolded lump of clay that effectively he can make her into whatever he wants, hoping that she will stand the test of time and be his perfect mate. The Star Trek episode Requiem for Methuselah comes to mind. Same concept. Whoa, quick change of direction. Yes, I want you sleeping with me. I don't have nightmares when you're with me. You have nightmares? Yes. I tighten my hold around him. More baggage. My heart constricts for this man. I was just getting my clothes ready for work tomorrow, I mutter. Work? There's an exclamation mark. Christian exclaims as if it's a dirty word, and he releases me, glaring. Yes, work, I reply, confused by his reaction. He stares at me with complete incomprehension. But Layla, she's out there. He pauses. I don't want you to go back to work. What? That's ridiculous, Christian. I have to go to work. No, you don't. That's literally what he said to her. No, you don't. I have a new job.
And you just said he owns you.
Yes, I know. This is dumb. Again, the two of them, I swear to God, get on a fucking private jet to Australia until Layla's caught, get married there, and live your stupid, selfless, spoiled lives. Like,
it's like 50 first dates with her. Like, every morning she wakes up shocked that he's a control freak.
Yeah, I've never seen the movie, but I'm aware of the concept.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it's been done better in other things that I have seen. But yeah, no, it really is, because she forgets, like, so, oh God. That's ridiculous, Christian. I have to go to work. No, you don't. I have a new job, which I enjoy. Of course I have to go to work. What does he mean? He's rich, pampered, and spoiled. He means exactly what he says. You don't have to go to work. No, you don't.
And you have the job because of him. He can get you a different one.
He owns the company. He can
get you a work-at-home job.
Yeah, he can put you on vacation for the next 6 months if he wants to. Paid vacation, if that's what he wants to do. Like, do you think I'm going to stay here twiddling my thumbs while you're off being master of the universe? That is her being smart, because when this was originally written as a Twilight fanfic, it was called Master of the Universe. I also point out for all of us...
And then she got sued by the He-Man people.
Apparently not. But for all of us who over the many books, especially in the Misses, where it's all about marriage, questioned E.L. James's own marriage and said we need to send a welfare check, I point out that the original version of this was called Master of the Universe, and in the dedications / acknowledgments of all 3 books, she credits her husband Neil and declares that he is, quote, the master of her universe. So I really think we need a marriage welfare check on E.L. James, because, dear God. Frankly, yes. Oh, 50-50-50. Give me strength. This is in her head. She's like Novella Maria. Christian, I need to go to work. No, you don't. Yes, I do. I say it slowly, as if he's a child. He scolds me. It's not safe. What is the point of having private security? I also point out the place you're currently standing in wasn't safe, and you're back here.
I'm Sloan. Why does she have to go to work? She's probably worked like 4 days since she graduated college.
No, seriously, yeah. Like, that's also the thing, is how is she not fired? Because she's missed several days of work.
Well, she up and randomly went to Georgia for like a few days.
Yes! Also that makes no sense, because she originally...
around him in hotels and catamarans the last few days.
She originally says that she can't go to Georgia to visit her mom because she has interviews, then goes to visit her mom, and yet somehow at the same time went on those interviews and got hired, because when she's in Georgia, she said she has to go back for her job. We lost persnickety because of technology. Are you there?
Yeah, you like froze and went black for a second.
Oh, okay. From my side, you just disappeared for a second.
Yeah. Must have been a StreamYard thing.
Yeah. Because no, from my side, nothing paused. You just disappeared.
Yeah, my side you froze and then you disappeared and then you came back.
Wait, I want to check one thing. Hold on.
I think we were in agreement that she should not have a fucking job.
No, because she left for Georgia saying, she originally, like I said, she originally said, I can't go to Georgia because I have job interviews, then went to Georgia, and it somehow at the same time went to those job interviews and got a job.
And went through the onboarding process.
Uh-huh.
Background checks, all that stuff, which takes time. Probably spent an entire day or two getting ready for the parents' masquerade ball.
Been there, yeah.
Layla stalked her, which would have been one of the 2 days she actually went to work.
And destroyed her car.
Then she's fucking the guy in the catamaran.
And went out on the boat for an entire day.
Yep. Hotel stays, which is probably a day. Catamaran, yeah. She's worked all of like 3 days at best.
Yeah, no. He scowls at me. It's not safe. Christian, I need to work for a living, and I'll be fine.
You're fucking a billionaire who you just said owns you.
Yeah, no.
That does not hold water.
No, you don't need to work for a living. And how do you know you'll be fine? He's almost shouting. Almost? He should be like grabbing her by the throat and strangling her to the ground while saying, why don't you let me take care of you at this point?
He should be screaming, have you seen the shit job my personal security people do? You're not safe anywhere.
Yes, for a company based on Eric Prince's Black Castle, Blackwater, whatever the fuck they are, shit. What does he mean? He's going to support me? Oh, this is beyond ridiculous. I've known him for what, 5 weeks? And he's given you over $300,000 worth of shit. I've been keeping a tally, you dumbass bitch. We've got the first edition books. We've got the iMac, the iPad, the car, second car, all of the clothes. Do you know that in the movie they actually said
from the first car,
$24,000 from the car, but in the movie they actually pieced this out because the wardrobe scene was such a big thing, and they said that on average, because D.L. James had to come up with some bullshit, so she actually publicly said this, that Christian Grey spends just on clothes, she was specific, just on clothes, not including shoes and jewelry, her own words, that he spends $250,000 on wardrobe for his submissives, not including leather shit to be worn in the Red Room that they get to keep afterwards because he like gives it to them as a gift. So he's already spent close to $500,000 on this woman in under a month.
Not to mention the money for buying the company that gave her the job.
Yes, thank you. I did not include the like $60 million to buy a publishing house.
Yeah. The fifth industry he's involved in.
5th or 6th or 20th, we're not sure.
It's like, no, lady, you don't have to work. If you get fired, he can just create you a new publishing house to work at.
Or he'll just give you a serious pension or
go back and read that contract, see if it involved any money.
Yeah, then there we go. This is what I'm saying. He should be offering to pay his submissives because that would fix so much. He's angry now. His eyes stormy and flashing, but I don't give a shit. For heaven's sake, Christian, Layla was standing at the end of your bed and she didn't harm me. And yes, I need to work. I don't want to be beholden to you. And I have student loans to pay. What do we bet she gets a letter tomorrow saying her student loans are paid?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And she's already said he owns her.
Yes!
So you're kind of beholden to him in that sense.
He owns you. His mouth presses into a grim line as I place my hands on my hips. I am not budging on this. Who the fuck does he think he is? You are an entire book and a half. Yeah, really. You're a book and a half too far for.
It's a really bad one. It's like, okay, I'm starting to side with Christian here.
No, but
I like him more than I like her.
Yeah, because he's making sense right now, and she isn't. That's the thing. He's acting true to his character. Like it or hate it, he is acting within character, and she is not. She is not this brave. She doesn't stand up to him. She doesn't talk back like this. This is bullshit. All she's done for the last chapter and a half is become so submissive she doesn't even expect to be given a menu at a restaurant anymore.
Well, like 2 pages ago, she was panicking because she had talked to Taylor.
Yes, because oh my god, I talked to another man. He's gonna be so mad. Oh my god. Ah! Who the fuck does he think he is? I don't want you going to work. It's not up to you, Christian. This is not your decision to make. You've proven everything's his decision to make.
He literally buys your underwear.
Yeah. Yep.
You can't even make a decision on what you wear under your clothes.
Yep. He runs his hand through his hair as he stares at me. Seconds, minutes tick by as we glare at each other. Sawyer will come with you. Christian, that's not necessary. You're being irrational.
And Sawyer's useless.
Yeah, he's the one in the elevator that confirms his gilded cage creepiness in the movies, that even the movies couldn't escape how horrible that scene is. Either he comes with you or I will be really irrational and keep you here. So now he's literally threatened to not let her leave.
Well, he's already told her she can't leave.
Yeah, no, but he's literally just said either he comes with you or I will physically prevent you from leaving this apartment. He wouldn't. Would he? Yes, he would. How exactly? Oh, I'd find a way, Anastasia. Don't push me. He wouldn't have to do much. Okay, I concede, holding up both my hands, placating him. Holy fuck, 50 is back with a vengeance. Okay, so, like, seriously, what the fuck? Ah! We stand scowling at each other. Okay, Sawyer can come with me if it makes you feel better. I concede, rolling my eyes. Christian narrows his and takes a menacing step in my direction. Red flag much? I immediately
just agreed to Sawyer coming to begin with because he's fucking
and
useless.
Then ditched him.
She ditches him in the next.
She really does. Yeah, like seriously, just ditch him
very easily. She like walks out the back door.
Stupid. I love this. I love that. So anyone who says this isn't about abuse, answer me this fucking line. I goddamn fucking dare you. Christian narrows his and takes a menacing step in my direction. I immediately step back. She's already learned to be physically afraid of him. He stops and takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and runs his both hands through his hair. Oh no, 50 is well and truly wound up. Not your fucking concern. And also, yeah, I think she only does it in this book too. I think in the next book it's gone. Stop calling him 50. Also, she's only done it in like literally these 2 chapters. It happened maybe once or twice before as like a self-referential joke, but not as a nickname.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it disappears like shortly after this because what the fuck? Shall I give you a tour? I didn't skip any lines. A tour. Are you kidding me? Okay, I mutter warily. Another change of tact. Mr. Mercurial is back in town. He holds out his hand and I take it. He squeezes mine softly. I didn't mean to frighten you. Yes, you did. That's exactly what you meant.
And it got the result.
And it worked. You didn't. I was just getting... Here's a line. When he says, I didn't mean to frighten you. You didn't. I was just getting ready to run. What?
You were just going to go for a jog around the apartment?
You're going to run from...
I mean, otherwise you were getting ready to run away from him because you were afraid of him.
Because that's what she's saying, is that you were running away from him. No, but the answer is that she's running away from him is the answer. I was getting ready to run away from you, but
you weren't
I didn't have the code to the elevator. By the way, you're in a penthouse elevator that takes either a key or a code to move it all, and she doesn't have them. So she is literally trapped in this apartment.
Which makes this whole scene pointless because she can't leave.
She can't leave. She literally cannot leave. Run? Christian's eyes widen. I'm joking. Oh, geez. No, you're not. You just got afraid. No, you thought he was about to take up one of the kitchen knives instead of a whip this time. And that's why, yeah, you were about to join the other girls under the floorboards. He leads me out of the closet and I take a moment to calm down. adrenaline still coursing through my body. A fight with 50 is not to be undertaken lightly. Again, this is set in a book that's supposed to be the height of romance, and yet the last entire chapter, at least, because some of these lines read like the Handbook of Domestic Abuse, How to Get Murdered. I was writing a TV show on every week a different domestic abuse victim gets murdered, and here's all the different ways it happens. Here's the lines that abusers say. They're all in this chapter. Excuse me, I'm having camera difficulties for another 30 seconds.
You just don't want Mr. YouTube to know you're smoking pot again.
It's fucking legal where I am. I buy at a very respectable place.
It's still not legal for any reason where I am. Because the flip side of this book could be the how to survive an abusive relationship.
Yeah, you really could use this as a blueprint.
Yeah.
Also, where the fuck you live that doesn't even allow medicinal?
Appease them here.
No, she said earlier in this book, in the boathouse scene, she literally said to his face that she was giving him sex so he wouldn't beat her after he stormed out of the parents' house. That was the first time he threw her over his shoulder and slapped her on the ass in abusive fashion and carried her to the boathouse, saying that he needed to beat her physically more because she pissed him off so much. And she literally says, like, crying, "Don't beat me, I'll give you sex instead." And then they have sex and then he still beats her.
Sounds kind of like rape.
No, it entirely was. There was not even a hint of consent. No, because she says to his face,
I'm only
she doesn't want
consenting to this because you're going to cause me physically harm if I don't. Yeah,
she literally tells him that she is willing to let him rape her, because she doesn't even say that she wants it. She says she's willing to let him, like, basically use her body for sex over using her body to beat it, if he can, like, meet her that way, and that was, like, their version of compromise. And he's still incredibly violent as fuck the whole time. Also, where do you live that medicinal isn't even legal? Seriously. It was, like, one of, like, 5 states?
But no, it's not. I think they tried to get it passed as medicinal like a year or two ago, but it failed.
Oh, we have a returning guest. Hello, Nightwolf. We're still waiting on our first duck. I'm very disappointed. I was really hoping for a pantheon of ducks, but I really should have realized it's Labor Day weekend. Everyone's busy. Everyone's elsewhere. So we have 0 ducks. On the night that I debuted ducks, we have no ducks. This hurts. I'm also blaming Mark because he started the duck thing and then he's not here. So
You can take a duck out. I'll send you $10 after this. I just don't want to fuck up the live stream and PayPal and YouTube and everything.
All right. So. Since we only have 2 pages.
You're that desperate for a fucking duck. Go get
I want a duck. We only have 2 pages left. I need an inaugural duck. All right, we only have 2 pages left. I'm very delicately putting the book aside because I'm going to add to this. It's going to look awesome. I was just glad I got the height to where it would be in fucking camera in time, okay? Because this is made out of, like, hot glue and good thoughts. All right, so we have
hi, Nightwolf.
Hi, Nightwolf. Okay. Bag is open. I'm not at all looking at all. I'm not looking at the ducks. I'm putting my hand in the bag. Oh, ducks. And there's a lot of ducks. And we're thinking. Okay. Feeling very stuck. All right, we're going with this one. So this is the first duck, and it's a unicorn. It's a blue unicorn duck. I think it's this way. It's a blue, like, My Little Pony style unicorn duck. Is our first duck. Let's see if we can get a squeak.
Yep. That's a squeaky duck.
Does Sasha hear it?
Nah, she's sleeping. She's probably dreaming about the real thing.
Probably. Well, yeah, she's a very fortunate girl. All right, so our first duck is the blue My Little Pony unicorn duck, who will now live here. I need to make this just a little bit taller because it's supposed to be more like that. I need to make this a little bit taller and find a better way to deploy all of our ducks.
Bill needs to be named Ralph. I don't know why. He just feels like a Ralph.
If you would like to name it Ralph, we can officially dub that this is Ralph the blue unicorn duck. You purchased Ralph, you get to name him.
Okay.
I'm happy making that rule that if you buy the duck and you have a specific...
You're just happy you could get a duck out of the bag.
I'm happy I could get a duck, but I'm also stating for future use, anyone who sponsors a duck, when doing so, if you wish to specifically name... Again, I'm not picking a specific duck for you, it's random. So if you wish to name whatever duck comes out of the bag, a specific thing, please add that to the memo line of the donation, and I will... Whatever duck it is, I will name what you want it to be named, and it will stay that name for the whole cycle of ducks. Wait, where is I? I swear, when I lose my pace, it feels like I missed 5 pages, but I didn't. He gives me a tour of the apartment, showing me the various rooms, along with the playroom and 3 spare bedrooms upstairs. I'm intrigued to find that Taylor and Mrs. Jones have a wing to themselves. So they're in a different apartment now. I missed that somehow. I don't know where the fuck they actually are.
Yeah, I don't think penthouses have wings.
No, that's the thing. No. So I have no idea. I thought they went back to a Scala, but clearly not. So there's somewhere else that he happens to own, and he has multiple playrooms apparently, because why not?
No, this has to be the penthouse because she knew where her bedroom was.
Did she?
Yeah,
Oh
she
yeah,
went upstairs to get her clothes.
Okay, so it's just the penthouse has been expanded between books.
Yes. And apparently she's never been in it before because she knew where everything was, but he still has to give her a tour.
Uh-huh. I'm intrigued to find that Taylor and Mrs. Jones have a wing to themselves. A kitchen, spacious living area, and a bedroom each. Is this like implying that they're like fuck buddies or something?
It would be more interesting if they only had one bedroom. You kind
yeah,
of assume really would. They have a bedroom each.
Yeah, no, seriously. If it said there was only one bedroom and had like a wink nod, that would be so much better. Mrs. Jones has not yet returned from visiting her sister who lives in Portland. We weren't told this.
I don't care.
No, and also I don't care
where the housekeeper goes.
No, I know. Downstairs, the room that catches my eye is opposite his study. A TV room with 2 large plasma screen and assorted game consoles. It's cozy. Oh, let's see if she can fuse this console with controller this far back, because I will never, ever, 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 ever forgive that in the other series, because it's so goddamn blatant, and the fact that nobody fucking caught it is so like disgustingly like you deserve to never work again.
They might have caught it. She might have refused that.
She really might. This is possible.
Does anybody think Christian is a gamer?
No! And this is the thing, and that's the thing. She makes the joke when he originally says, "I want to show you my playroom." She says, like, because she's an idiot.
Video games.
What do you mean your Xbox? She specifically says Xbox, and he laughs and says no. So no, he's not a gamer. He doesn't own an Xbox. He does
for video games.
No. Hey, do you know the president that added an actual video game room to the White House?
Wouldn't be surprised. They add whatever they want to entertain.
No, but who do you think it was? Because every president adds something. They add some recreational place, like a tennis court, basketball court, bowling alley, and one of them added specifically a video game room. Which president do you think did that in our lifetimes?
What type of video in our lifetimes? I'd say maybe Bush. If it's video game like controller consoles and stuff.
Was also the first president to have a computer in the Oval Office.
That sounds more like it'd be Reagan era.
No, way later. Way later.
I don't think it would go with Obama. I don't know.
little before Clinton.
I said Clinton.
Did you? I thought you said Reagan.
I did say Reagan. You said way later, which isn't, Clinton's not way later, but it was only 4 years after Reagan.
Really?
Yeah. It was Reagan,
then
then
Clinton's
Bush Sr. for 4 years, and then Clinton for 8. Then Bush Jr. for 8 years, and Obama for 8.
Okay, I didn't realize Reagan was quite that recent. I thought he was older than that. I really did. But yeah, Bill Clinton was the my duck.
82 to 90.
But yes, Bill Clinton was the first president to have a computer in the Oval Office and the president that added a video game room to the White House.
Makes it easier to watch porn in the Oval Office.
That's exactly what I have no doubt. And to make it look like he's working while she's under the table blowing him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I'm crap at it. Elliot always beats me. That was funny when you thought I meant this room was my playroom. He grins down at me, his conniption forgotten. Who uses the word conniption? Thank heavens he's recovered his good mood. I'm glad you find me.
A chapter ago, he basically hated his entire family, but he has an entire video game room set up just for his brother to come over and play video games with him.
Seriously, do we think he ever invited his brother to this place ever?
No.
No.
So he's playing online with his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I still don't see it.
No,
Not
I
with
still
two
don't see it.
massive TV screens either.
No, and he would never take the time to do that because he would think he had more important things to do. Like, no, this room does not exist.
Almost like E.L. James creates characters that are inconsistent.
Yes, or tries to fix things after getting criticism, but not actually addressing the criticism. But
it would make more sense for him to say he built it for Taylor and Sawyer to blow off steam.
Yeah, really. That it's the staff break room.
Yeah.
That would make actual sense. I'm glad you find me amusing, Mr. Gray. I respond hoidily. That you are, Miss Steele. When you're not being exasperating, of course.
God, this is the thesaurus chapter.
It really is. I'm usually exasperating when you're being unreasonable. Me? Unreasonable? Yes, Mr. Gray. Unreasonable could be your middle name. I don't have a middle name. Unreasonable would suit then. I think it's a matter of opinion, Miss Steele. This is supposed to be cute flirting, by the way.
I think they're supposed to be cutesy every time they call themselves Miss and Mr.
I know, really. The fact that she does that with the names is so disgusting. It's not fucking cute. I would be interested in Dr. Flynn's professional opinion. Christian smirks. I thought Trevelyan was your middle name. No, surname, Trevelyan Gray. But you don't use it. It's too long. Come, he demands. There we go. There we go. There we go. He's done with this, so come, bitch. He commands. At least she's now calling it a command, for Christ's sake. I follow him out of the TV room, through the great room to the main corridor, past the utility room. Can we note this room changed from playroom to TV room?
Also, she didn't even bother trying to describe the video.
No. Taylor stands as we enter. There's a room in here for a meeting table that seats 6. Above the desk is a bank of monitors. I had no idea the apartment has CCTV. Everywhere he owns us! Do you not notice he's watching you all the fucking time everywhere you go? I even made a joke out of this in the other series that because Alessia is always written in third person that Maxim is watching her on CCTV and it's still him narrating her actions while watching her on CCTV throughout his apartments in all of London, and I'm still right about that! Ugh! Into an impressive wine cellar and into Taylor's own large, well-equipped office. Taylor stands as we enter. There's a room in here for a meeting table that sits 6, and monitors above blah blah. No apartment at CCTV, which appears to monitor the balcony, stairwell, service elevator, and foyer, and everywhere else, I'm sure.
Not that it does any good. They don't see stalkers and burglars.
They're very useless. Rich people always have like the best useless security. Hi, Taylor. I'm just giving Anastasia a tour. I'd had to bring her into your office while you're working to do that. Taylor nods but doesn't smile. I wonder if he's been told off. Doy!
Yeah. He probably doesn't need to be told off. He already knows he fucked up.
No, he knows. You don't
girlfriend.
talk to the submissive ever. You don't treat her like a person. How dare you talk to her like she's a human being? She is an object you are to protect. That is it. You do not engage with her or remember that she can speak. And why is he still working? When I smile at him, he nods politely. Christian grabs my hand once more and leads me to the library. And of course you've been in here. Christian opens the door and I spy the green blaze of the billiard table. This same room is in Maxim's house. Shall we play? I ask. Oh God, this is that scene. Oh God. Christian smiles, surprised. Okay, have you played before? A few times, I lie, and he narrows his eyes, cocking his head to one side. You're a hopeless liar, Anastasia. Either you've never played before, or... And lick my lips. Frightened of a little competition? Frightened of a little girl like you? Christian scoffs good-naturedly. I would not call that a good-natured comment.
That's a condescending asshole comment.
No, that is not what you... No, that was quite a dick thing to say that would have had me wanting to shove the pool cue up his ass before leaving. Though we know he would like that.
With the infantilizing her.
Oh,
now she's a little girl.
Yeah, the he's been getting like steadily more progressive with the infantilizing. It's been getting worse throughout the book. I've also pointed out in the first one, he did not infantilize her. And treated her like she was an idiot. Yeah, but he didn't infantilize her. In this one, this is where the infantilizing comes in. And then again, we see in the Mr. and especially in the Mrs. the dear God, does E.L. James want to write an ABDL book? So just go ahead and do it already.
She seems to get stuck on a theme for each book.
But it's the same themes.
And well, no, I mean, like in this book, I don't think like you said, in the first one, he doesn't infantilize her.
No.
In 50 Shades. This one he does. He probably doesn't in the next one.
He doesn't, no.
Same with the calling him 50. She just gets locked into things and then like 50 pages later it just goes away.
Yeah, like it's like she thinks something's a good idea, but then she can't be bothered.
And she forgets about it.
Yeah, she can't be bothered to actually see it through.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we've got like 2 pages left.
He said that like 5 pages ago.
I did not. Pool, please. Wait, his oh, this is where they have a stupid bet. A wager, Mr. Gray. You're that confident, Miss Steele. He smirks, amused and incredulous at once. What would you like to wager? If I win, you'll take me back to the playroom. So now she wants him to take her to the playroom.
Told you, she sends him mixed signals.
The queen of. She's worse. She's really... And obviously Bella does the fucking same, but Anastasia's worse. Even though she's not... She only has one guy to fuck with, and she's still worse. If I win, you take me back to the playroom. He gazes at me as if he can't quite comprehend what I've said. I'm on his side in this exact moment. And if I win, he asks after several shell-shocked beats,
you take me back to the playroom.
Then it's your choice, knowing what he's going to pick, obviously. Yeah. His mouth twists as he contemplates his answer. Okay, deal. He smirks. Do you want to play pool, English snooker, or carom billiards? C-A-R-O-M. Pool, please. I don't know the others. From cupboard beneath.
Snooker was pool.
No, it's different. My grandfather played it. He tried to explain. I could not be arsed to listen because he was a jackass and drunk.
Well, they shouldn't use it on pool tables then. Makes it confusing.
It has bumpers and pink balls. I know that. Christian takes out a large leather case. Inside, pool balls are nestled in velvet. Quickly and efficiently, he racks the balls on the brazier, whatever the fuck the top of a pool table is called.
The green stuff.
The green stuff. There you go. I don't think I've ever played pool on such a large table before. There is an actual
Aren't they the same
standard size. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, my grandfather had one. They are they are literally a standard size.
And again, this is another hobby he would never have taken the time to learn.
No, ever.
Or play.
And it would be he would consider it too lowbrow, honestly. Christian hands me a cue and some chalk. Would you like to break? He feigns politeness, enjoying himself. He thinks he's going to win. He's going to win. Okay, I chalk the end of my cue and blow the excess chalk off, staring up at Christian through my lashes. His eyes darken as I do. I line up on the white ball and with a swift, clean stroke hit the center ball of the triangle square with such force that a striped ball spins and plunges into the top right pocket. I've scattered the rest of the balls. I choose stripes, I say innocently, smiling coyly at Christian. His mouth twists in amusement. Be my guest, he says politely. I proceed to pocket the next 3 balls in quick succession. Inside myself, I'm dancing. Now we know how she funded college. She hustled pool. At this moment, I'm so grateful to Jose for teaching me to play pool and play it well, which implies she only learned after arriving at college because they went to the same college.
Would have made more sense if her stepfather, Ray, or whatever, had taught her as a kid. That would make more sense.
Taught her, knowing, like, they had a private conversation, like, I know your mom's a flake, so here's something that can pay the bills, kid.
Or just that was their bonding.
Yeah, really. Christian watches impassively, giving nothing away, but his amusement seems to ebb.
Then he's giving something away.
Yeah, exactly. I missed the green stripe by a hair's breadth. You know, Anastasia, I could stand here all day and watch you leaning and stretching across this billiard table all day. And yes, she said all day twice in one sentence. That wasn't me. He says appreciatively. I flush. Thank heavens I'm wearing my jeans.
Okay.
I don't know. He smirks. He's trying to put me off my game, the bastard. He puts his cream sweater over his head, tosses it under the back of the chair, and grins at me.
Is this the same sweater he's been wearing since they got on the boat the day before?
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently, which would smell like ocean and salt and gross and be wet.
Should also smell like somebody's been wearing it for 2 or 3 days straight.
And sex. He bends low over the table. My mouth goes dry. Oh, I see what he means. What? Christian in tight jeans and a white t-shirt bending like that is something to behold. I quite lose my train of thought. He sinks 4 solids rapidly, then fouls by sinking the white, which means he lost the game, by the way.
Yeah.
That's it. Ah, Miss Steele, I am but a foolish mortal. Your turn, I believe. He waves at the table. No, you lost the game.
I don't play pool, even I know that much.
I literally played 2 games in my life.
The last ball that goes in, and you lose if the white ball goes in.
Those are exactly the 2 things I know, and they're both correct. So yes. No, he lost. He lost. It's over. A very elementary mistake, Mr. Gray, I tease. Ah, but I am a foolish mortal. Your turn, I believe. He waves at the table. You're not trying to lose, are you?
He already did.
Literally, if you want to make this scene sexy, once she declares that if he wins, he takes her back to the red room, what he needs to do is pick the cue ball off the table and throw it over his shoulder and down the hallway.
Yeah.
And say, there you go, you win. Let's go.
Well, and she just won.
Take her. Yeah, and then she won, and take her to the red room. That's what you need to do. You don't have this game at all. As soon as she says, you win, I go to the red room, he takes the cue ball, throws it, says, okay, I lose, and takes her to the red room. That is, funny, sexy. You could do that in a movie scene and play it really well. But not like this. Oh, no. For what I have in mind is the prize I want to win, Anastasia. He shrugs casually. But then I always want to win. I narrow my eyes at him. Right then. I'm so glad I'm wearing my blue blouse, which is pleasingly low cut. I stalk around the table. Has she worn anything else in, the past 2 weeks?
Probably not.
Bending low at every opportunity, giving Christian an eyeful of my behind and my cleavage whenever I can. Two can play at that game. I glance at him. Except he's never deliberately played at that game. It's only been her staring at him across a room. He's never, deliberately tried to.
I'm just enjoying the fact that Taylor's in his office watching all of this.
Oh, yeah, he completely is
on his
100% and recording it for, his retirement package.
The red room is probably the only room in that apartment that doesn't have it. Or maybe their bedroom that doesn't have CCTV on it. So Taylor's just sitting in his office with his feet up, watching the show.
And like I said, making copies for his own protection at the very least. I know what you're doing, he whispers, his eyes dark. I tilt my head coquettishly to one side, gently fondling my cue. I'm gonna vomit from the imagery, running my hand up and down it slowly. Oh, I'm just deciding where to take my next shot, I murmured distractedly. Leaning
without
across,
the white ball.
Yeah, which is off the table, apparently. I hit the orange stripe into a better position. So there we go. And then I stand directly in front of Christian and take the rest from underneath the table. That's not a thing. I line up my next shot leaning right over the table. I hear Christian's
If she just
sharp...
hit the pink stripe into a better position, it's his turn because
It's
she
his
didn't sink the
turn.
ball.
She didn't sing anything. Yeah. E.L. James does not know how to pool.
I don't know how to play pool, and I know this shit. That's how fundamental this is.
You're 100%, 100% right, because I'm in the exact same position and you're right. I know exactly the same amount, and I know that that's fucked up. He comes to stand beside me while I'm still bent over the table and places his hands on my backside. Are you waving this around to taunt me, Miss Steele? And he smacks me. Hard! Because of course he gets mad, he gets violent. I gasp. Yes, I mutter because it's true. Be careful what you wish for, baby. I rub my behind as he wanders to the other side of the table, leans over and takes his shot. He hits the red ball and shoots it into the left side pocket. He aims for the yellow, top right, and it just misses. I grin. Red room, here we come, I taunt him. This is so fucked up on so many levels. I swear he gave her too many rupees in one day and now she's having a psychotic episode. And he's willing to take full advantage. He merely raises an eyebrow and directs me to continue. I make quick work of the green stripe and by some fluke manage to knock the final orange stripe. Name your pocket, Christian murmurs as if he's talking about something else. Something dark and naughty. Top left hand. I take aim over the black. Hit it, but miss. Skirts wide. Damn. Christian smiles a wicked grin as he leans over the table and makes short work of the remaining two solids. I'm practically panting watching him, his lithe body stretching over the table. He stands and chalks his cue, his eyes burning into me. If I win, oh yes, I'm going to spank you, then fuck you over this billiard table. Holy shit, every muscle south of my navel clenches hard. Top right, he murmurs, pointing to the black, and bends to take the shot. End of chapter! That's where it leaves off. On a sex
It makes no sense because if he won, he would have taken her to the red room anyways.
That's why this whole scene is stupid.
Well, it was entertaining for Taylor.
Yes.
He gets to watch his boss bend a woman over the table and fuck her.
Yeah, and like I said, he's making a recording for his retirement package because it's going to be after Christian gets married saying, okay, I can give this to you for 10 million or I can sell it to the tabloids for 10 million. Take your pick.
No, he's saving it for the Christmas party that they have that they don't invite Christian to.
Or if anyone ever finds any of the bodies and he needs something to barter with.
Yep.
Like, I got dirt on my
come on, you're going to want to watch this.
Yes. Oh my God, but thank you everyone for being here this week. I know it's Labor Day weekend. Everyone have a good time, have a safe, fun time, have lots of fireworks. Protect your pets from the fireworks, please. Remember, they don't understand like us and they need extra love and cuddles and soundproof places.
I think you're confusing Labor Day with 4th of July.
Okay, here Labor Day is the biggest fireworks weekend. 4th of July is not.
Even well, then you do 4th of July totally wrong.
I'm in Canada, honey. It's not.
We still have a 4th of July. It's between the 3rd and the 5th.
We have a 1st of July.
We have a 1st of July too.
1st of July is Canada Day. 4th of July is American independence, and yes, basically we party for an entire week where I am because I'm 30 minutes from the border, and the spillover goes both ways. So yeah, basically from the 1st to the 5th, we have nonstop drunken fireworks. That's true, but Canada Day is the 1st. We do have a separate Independence Day because we were in a country for 100 years after you because we didn't fight a war. We just asked politely to leave.
Yeah. Because England already knew what happened when he said no. If they tried to say no.
Well, also, we waited until we technically qualified as a country. In case you haven't noticed, nobody lives here. There are literally states that have a higher population than the entire country of Canada.
There are probably cities that have a higher population than Canada.
Oh, worldwide, hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. The entire population of Canada is roughly 37 million people.
It's so cute. You guys think you're your own country.
Screw you.
It's adorable.
Your country.
Like Robin Williams, Canada is just a loft party over a really great party.
Yes, I have the DVD. It's so great. Oh, but I'm going to send you to bed with your doggy. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for our inaugural duck who turned out to be the unicorn duck. What did you name this thing?
Ralph.
I forget. Ralph.
Ralph.
I am writing that down. Unicorn duck. I have a piece of paper. The names maintain until we run through the full cycle of ducks, then they reset. So for this entire run, until we get through all 25 ducks, blue unicorn duck is Ralph.
There you go.
There we go. Blue unicorn duck is Ralph. And also that he's the first duck, so I remember to put him back. Because I do own a puppy who will definitely eat these if I don't put them away. He won't know what he is doing. He will just...
It's just a new toy that Mommy got him.
Yes, and didn't tell him about or give him to him, but I left it where he could find it. Yeah. I just wanted him to find it for himself so he could enjoy it all the more and show me what a smart boy he is when he brings me the chewed up remnants of it and expects me to be really happy.
Come, don't eat Ralph.
I will not let him eat Ralph. I promise. I promise the protection of Ralph.
All right. Enjoy your first free duck.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone else. Have a great weekend. Good night, everybody.